Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. We got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void of space. Never to be seen again. Well, lovely to see you tonight, Space Fams. Hopefully you are well. Tuesday! A news of twos. A two's full of news. So much stuff to talk about already, and it's only been like 24 or so hours since we've seen each other. Actually, no. Wait. We didn't do a Monday stream, did we? 36? That's much longer than 24. Anyway, lots to talk about, but first, some shout-outs. Sweet Chewy, Mr. Spock, Big Jerry, 123 in the YouTube chat. Our meteorologist, a close fourth. Young Chris, also here, Randy Derpstruck, too. MST Wash. Atticus Among Us. I would know it, Omega Star. And Ducky. On Twitch and Vertical. Well, beautiful to see all of you people. As always, so many things for us to talk about. And this day is just getting worse and worse somehow. I didn't have high hopes for the week, but boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy, is this week delivering on terrible.
Holy Toledo. Awful. Weak.
Good God. ICE. Hunting brown people in the streets of America. From Texas to Maine. What else we got? Sorry, I'm trying to get my fucking bearings here. We'll talk about America, but first... Hold on. Yes, thank you. We gotta keep talking about all the things we've got. Right. ICE activities, but that's not all. We'll talk briefly about the death of Lindsey Graham and who is replacing him. Who might be able to replace him next year. Horrifying health situation unfolding in this country. That's not even on the thumbnail. Trump's election plans. Our election plans. Inflation. Court rulings. Climate change. Deadly, horrifying heat waves, Typhoon Bobby update, and so much more. Including the Clacton on-sea by-election, in which one of our favorites, Count Binface, is continuing to run. And then, of course, the Iran war, where things have just gotten weirder and weirder, and Trump is playing some sort of a Pirates of the Caribbean style game of economics. All right. Yes, America time. First, let's go back to last week. In the state of Texas.
A Texas family is demanding answers after a man was fatally
And
shot on
no
his way
sound.
to work by an ICE agent. Lorenzo Salgado's son says he is a
Please hold. There we go.
A Texas family is demanding answers after a man was fatally shot on his way to work by an ICE agent. Lorenzo Salgado's son says he is a Mexican immigrant who has been living in the United States for 35 years with no criminal history.
CNN obtained video of the scene after he was shot, but I want to warn you, it is difficult to watch.
That's so up.
I saw my dad's van, but no sign of him. I frantically called family, friends, loved ones to see if they can find any information. Help! Help! I saw a video posted on Facebook that he had been shot. I recognized him immediately. Not from his appearance, but from his voice, crying for help as he lay on the street, bleeding out.
ICE officials say they were conducting a traffic stop as part of a targeted operation. They claim that Salgado was trying to evade arrest. With us now, CNN.
Yeah, this was 5 days ago, right? Today's Tuesday. This was last Thursday. This was the latest. This was the first. The mainstream media got wind of this, although I do think it technically happened the day before. But these are two different. Because we have two different shootings we're now going to be talking about today. I want to start off with this one because this is a serious fucking issue, and I also have updates on the situation, multiple updates. Now at this point, as John Berman was saying here, the ICE agents were claiming that they were in danger. But that changed fairly quickly. Family and witnesses both immediately disputing this claim. Video showing the moments after this horrifying event, as well as before, were obtained, compiled by CNN a day later.
CNN has obtained new surveillance footage that shows the moments before 52-year-old Lorenzo Salgado Araujo was fatally shot by ICE agents on July 7th in Houston, Texas. A source with preliminary details about the incident told CNN that he was not the target of the immigration operation. Federal officials' version of what led to the shooting is, quote, false, says an attorney who represents two.
Yeah, because they say that he wasn't the target of an immigration operation, right? Because they are just, these guys are just sitting around looking for brown people. They're not taking the time to do investigations ahead of time. They have no idea who they're looking for. They just see someone who looks brown enough, and then they do stuff like this.
Of the three men who were in Salgado Araujo's van and also detained that morning.
Let me tell you about my father's last day alive. At 5:50, my dad got dressed, grabbed his lunch and coffee, hugged and kissed my mom goodbye, slipped on his hat for the day, loaded his lunch, his work boots, his coffee in his work van. He patted our dog on his head goodbye and drove off to pick up his crew for work.
In a video taken at 6:46 a.m., Salgado Araujo's white van is seen on Wayside Drive and then turning onto Canal Street while a black SUV appears to follow. At 6:47 a.m., Salgado Araujo can be seen driving on Canal Street while a black SUV drives near him on the left side. Seconds later, another black SUV drives through a parking lot of a nearby shopping center in his direction. It's unclear what time Salgado Araujo was shot, but video captured by a Houston resident at 6:48 a.m. shows him on the ground suffering a gunshot wound.
This kind of behavior, they're just stalking people in the streets. They see somebody, and they're just posted up all over the place. Start popping up out of parking lots. Like some sort of rabid dog pack.
In a statement to CNN, an ICE spokesperson said agents tried to conduct a traffic stop. The agency says Salgado Araujo refused to follow several verbal commands and rammed into one of its law enforcement vehicles.
My clients reiterated that at no point was there ever an agent standing in front of the vehicle, nor was an agent ever placed in the line of danger. That is simply false, and I believe my clients are telling the truth.
The Department of Homeland Security's Office of the Inspector General is investigating the shooting, according to ICE.
Yes, ICE rushed to tell us that actually they're going to do an internal investigation. Don't worry. We're going to investigate ourselves. That always goes well. We all know how well that goes. That is the most reliable way to get the least reliable result. And suffice to say, people, the family, but also the community, pretty upset by this situation. I think a lot of people around the country really upset by this situation. We're talking about a father of, 3? Here for 35 years, was actively seeking citizenship, was literally in the middle of working, wasn't the active target of any investigation, immigration or otherwise, never committed any crimes, and was, and this is what he got.
These protesters in Houston are calling for justice for Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, who was fatally shot by a US ICE agent this week.
How many more people have to be killed by them before we collectively decide that we need to do something and that enough is enough?
The 52-year-old construction worker from Mexico was driving to work on Tuesday when he was stopped by the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency. The US Department of Homeland Security claimed Araujo had attempted to evade arrest and rammed the unmarked ICE vehicle, trying to run over an officer who opened fire in self-defense. The agents were not wearing body cameras during the incident, and no evidence supporting their version of events has been made public yet. The lawyer representing the other passengers who were in Araujo's van says his client's accounts drastically differ from the authorities.
All three of my clients reiterated that at no point was there ever an agent standing in front of the vehicle, nor was an agent ever placed in the line of danger.
At a vigil on Saturday, Araujo's loved ones described him as a shy family man who worked in the United States for 35 years just so that he could send his sons to college.
I really hope that, he's proud of the big brother I've become, of the man that I've become today, and I will continue to keep fighting for him.
It's really disturbing that people are having to go through this, not just the families, but everyone who's living in terror right now. Because, we have seen this happen to documented immigrants, undocumented immigrants alike, and American citizens. We've seen all sorts of people be brutalized by ICE for doing nothing at all, being detained without due process. And you just have gangs of thugs lurking in neighborhoods, looking for people who look vaguely Hispanic.
ICE out of Houston! ICE out of Houston! ICE out of Houston! The family
would like to express three wishes. Their three wishes. Calling for an independent investigation into the events that transpired yesterday. Calling for reform to change the way ICE operates during a way with ambush-style tactics and unmarked vehicles.
And we are going to ask for a congressional hearing so that we can have the transparency and the accountability necessary to show the world what happened. People have a right to know. People have a right to judge. People have a right to make a decision. Nobody is illegal in this country because of where you're from or how you look. Nobody is illegal. Nobody. My real promise is I'm not spending another. I will not vote for a single dollar to ICE.
As you can see, massive protests here in Houston. People pretty upset at what happened here, demanding ICE out of their city. Lined by police officers on horseback. All right, let's go hear from yesterday from MS Now. They apparently had a new video. Raises major questions about this shooting.
Independent investigation. MS Now reporter Britt Miller has more.
Calls for justice and accountability continue this morning after protests spilled into the streets of Houston over the weekend. The community outcry comes days after the deadly shooting of Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, the father of three killed by an ICE agent on his way to work Tuesday. Now local leaders say they're preparing for the next steps, including a national vigil, possible legal action, and a congressional hearing.
First and foremost, to continue to highlight these militarization and excessive use of force tactics.
There's also a unified push for an independent investigation as the Department of Homeland Security leads the shooting investigation and the FBI looks into the, quote, potential assault on a federal law enforcement officer. But
exactly, they're doing it again. They're investigating the victims. It's fucking crazy.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
They're doing it again. They are holding up in independent local investigations, state investigations, and the Trump DOJ and DHS are they're not only blocking, not only preventing that from happening, they're investigating the victims instead of the fucking perpetrators. It is deranged. I'm sorry, we're not done with this.
Later told MS Now, ICE officers saw a white van with an individual who looked like their target.
They also said that they were actually targeting 2 other men of Guatemalan descent, but all of the men in that truck were actually of Mexican descent, Mexican nationals. A brown man, a Latino man, driving a work truck in a predominantly Latino community. They were casing the community. They were hunting Latinos.
They were casing the community. Like, you just need to think about that for a second. This is a predominantly Latino community. They're looking for a Guatemalan man in a white van or whatever, right? And instead, they find a Mexican man in a white van. And these guys just blast him. They chase him down and blast him. They think they got the right guy. Close enough. Close enough to these guys. That's what's haunting me right now. Is these guys are acting with complete and utter impunity. There's no these guys are doing like zero investigations into any of this stuff, and they are shooting before they ask questions. Seemingly not just of the people, but of themselves. They are so unaccountable. They do not give a shit. It is chaos. This is fucking chaos right here.
Mexican nationals. A brown man, a Latino man, driving a work truck in a predominantly Latino community. They were casing the community. They were hunting Latinos that morning.
Surveillance videos obtained by MS Now show some of what happened in the moments before the shooting. At 6:46 a.m., you see the white van jump the curb to take a left turn. One ICE SUV continues straight while the other follows the van before closely driving alongside it. Seconds later, the white van does a U-turn, stops briefly, and continues down the street.
There was a chase, if you will, just around a couple of blocks. And there was no damage at all to the front of the vehicle, to the side of the vehicle, to the side panels of the vehicles. You could clearly see that it wasn't used to ram anything at all.
And we have yet to see video of the actual shooting. But in the moments after, a bloodied Salgado Araujo is seen on the ground with agents.
Okay, that's the new video from the CCTV at the gas station at the corner. This whole thing is just fucking disturbing. But yeah, there's someone in chat is saying these guys are running around in unmarked vehicles without ID, masked, and just chasing people down and shooting before they ask questions. It's a state of terror. It is a reign of terror that they are inflicting on this country. God damn, I need a drink. Just realized I don't. Why not have a drink ready? I always make sure to have my tea ready. I'm just like so furious about a number of different things right now. I'm struggling with getting myself together for today. But good God, I am thirsty. Let's go here to Democracy Now! From earlier today, and I will be right back.
We begin today's show with the fatal shooting of Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, the 52-year-old father, husband, small business owner, originally from Mexico, killed by an ICE agent last Tuesday in Houston, Texas, during his early morning commute to work at a construction site. First-hand accounts from the men who were also in his van that morning continue to refute claims by ICE officials that Araujo allegedly posed a threat to the agents that attempted to ram them with his van. The three men are currently detained by ICE and are facing deportation. They're all reportedly undocumented from Mexico and had lived in the U.S. for decades. The New York Times reports two of them spoke at length with Democratic Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, whose district includes Houston, and told her that the shot that killed Araujo was fired into the front passenger side window. One of the men is Araujo's younger brother, Victor Salgado Araujo. The Department of Homeland Security last week acknowledged that Lorenzo Araujo was targeted by mistake, and that
Omegastar, thank you for the biddies. We haven't even started the goal. Appreciate that. Today, ice killed another.
agents were in fact searching for a different person. This all comes as his family and advocates are demanding an independent investigation amidst fears the Trump administration will attempt to conceal or tamper with evidence. ICE says none of the agents involved were wearing body cameras at the time of Araujo's killing. The New York Times reports there have been at least 22 shootings involving federal immigration officers since Trump returned to office. 6 people, including 3 U.S. citizens, have been killed. This all comes as the White House has demanded an increase in immigration detentions, ordering ICE officials to make at least 2,000 arrests per day. At the end of June, beginning of July, there were 10,000 arrests in 5 days. For more, we go to Washington, D.C., where we're joined by Juan Proaño, CEO of LULAC, the largest and oldest Latino civil rights organization in the United States. Juan, thanks so much for joining us. You were there in Houston. Now you're in Washington. Can you talk about what we understand at this point happened to Lorenzo Araujo?
Well, Amy, thank you so much for having me, and good morning, Juan. I think, it's been widely reported. My perspective is that ICE was casing Magnolia Park, which is a 97% Hispanic community. They were hunting for Latinos. They saw a brown man, a Latino man, driving a work truck, and they followed suit. We all know now what the deadly consequences of that are. And ICE has been, walking back every statement that they've made. They said initially it was a targeted enforcement action. They said that he used his vehicle as a deadly weapon. They said that, the officers acted basically in self-defense. And they've now retracted, obviously, that he was not the target. But then they stated that there were 2 other men that were targeted, and they let slip that those men were of Guatemalan descent. But everyone in that van was actually a Mexican national. There was no damage to the front end of the vehicle, the back end of the vehicle, the side panels. There's a black skid mark from the black SUV that they used to pin that car to the sidewalk. And I think most egregious of all those things was the fact that once he was on the ground prone, we've seen the videos, we've seen his cries for help. He knew that he was dying. They waited almost 20 to 30 minutes to get him an ambulance to take him to the hospital. And in that time, they took all of his personal identifiable information off of his person. So when he was admitted into the hospital, they admitted him as a John Doe. Now, the family was there. Ronaldo was there. He was on site. I've seen the text messages with the FBI and the ICE agent between the 2 men. And they really just strung him along for hours until finally sending him to the hospital. Family had a hard time even finding him, because when they arrived at the hospital, they said that there was no Lorenzo Salgado Araujo in their manifest, in their records. It took several hours more for them to make the connection between the 2 men. And he wasn't told that his father passed away until 3 o'clock, more than 6 hours later. And sadly, because he was admitted as a John Doe, they then family had to go through extra hoops. They had to do a biometric forensics examination to confirm he is who we always knew he was, Lorenzo. And they didn't actually get the final determination, which was that he was killed, and it was a homicide, until the following day, almost 24 hours later. a really tragic event, and it was a senseless murder on the streets of Houston.
Oh, this one's really bugging me. Maybe because I'm a human under here. But this is just... it's completely senseless killing. Now, we still have a lot to talk about with ICE. And I said they were going to go right back to doing this stuff, and they were honestly they had been doing this, not killing people, but they had been increasing the amount of activity, right? Increasing all of the shit that they were doing before that they couldn't do when the budget was held up. You know, after Congress gave them their, whatever, $100 billion, you know, and put Markwayne Mullen,
I don't want reality.
guy who doesn't like reality, in charge of this agency. I just knew it was going to go bad. And I said as much. I don't like being... I'm not even trying to I told you so anybody. I'm just like... I just knew this was going to happen. We all... like, everybody is not... like, right? It was not just me. It's like everybody who was saying this. Everybody who said, hey, let's not fund ICE. Let's not do that. Let's not fund ICE and talk about the rest of the agencies under DHS while we're at it. Right? And like whether or not we need those to be part of like some sort of like quasi security state apparatus, or if we can just have like normal emergency management. But I got past. Here we are. Now we're seeing not just an uptick in ICE activity, but ICE murders. ICE-related deaths. We can't forget there's still some unknown number of thousands of people still under DHS or ICE or CBP detainment and internment. Right, in one form or fashion. People whose rights are being deprived of them. People whose citizenship status may be perfectly within order. But some group of douchebags have been given an unacceptable amount of power here, and an unacceptable amount, or lack thereof, of accountability. Now, the local district attorney is apparently claiming that the feds are not sharing info in this case. Here's the last clip I've got on Houston.
We are following the latest on a deadly shooting by ICE in Maine early this morning. A 26-year-old man identified by neighbors to the Portland Press-Herald as Juan Sebastian Guerrero was shot dead this morning in Biddeford, Maine. Senator Angus King said he spoke with Homeland Security Secretary Markwayne Mullen about the case. King said Mullen initially told him that Guerrero was the target of an arrest warrant. But then King told Fox News that Mullen called him back later in the day to correct the record, that Guerrero was not the target of the warrant, but had been given orders to leave the country. King also said he was told that Guerrero had, quote, weaponized his vehicle, unquote. But a statement from DHS released this evening does not actually make that claim, instead saying, quote, the vehicle attempted to flee the scene and fearing for public safety, an officer discharged his weapon.
This
Immigrant
claim,
rights groups say Guerrero.
this claim is fucking insane. We have talked about this because ICE has been doing this, but this is not. I mean, this is such a fucking insane thing to say. Fearing for public safety, you shot into a vehicle that was in drive. A vehicle with the engine running and in drive. You discharged your weapon into the vehicle, fearing for public safety. That's the opposite of public safety. We have said this over and over and over again, but that couldn't be more the opposite of public safety than you just imagine being literally anyone in front of that car. Any number of things could have happened. I'm sorry, but this is the main shooting. This is the main shooting. I don't know. I forgot that they started. I got carried away, focused on this fucking thing. We're gonna get back to that in a second. I'm sorry. That's my bad. That's my bad. Hold on. There we go. Okay. I think, yeah. This is Houston. Sorry, because I'm trying to keep us focused. That's a struggle. As a guy with ADHD.
In less than a week, and the second time the person who was shot was not even the target of the raid. And the second time, the official story from DHS has either changed or at least been challenged. Lorenzo Salgado Araujo was fatally shot by a federal agent 6 days ago in Houston. He was also not the target of the federal officer who shot him. DHS initially said that he had weaponized his vehicle attempting to ram ICE agents. That story was contradicted by multiple witnesses, including one who spoke with MS Now today. That witness, who did not want to be identified, told MS Now that after the shooting, they saw Salgado Araujo being pulled from the vehicle and bleeding on his right side. This witness says agents handcuffed Salgado Araujo before helping him, and then they say they could hear Salgado Araujo screaming. His son, Ronaldo Salgado, spoke this weekend to my colleague, Jacob Soboroff.
We're left without a father. My mom is left without a husband. I mean, no matter how anyone puts it, a life was lost, and it was unfortunately someone who did not deserve it. I just, of course, want to continue pressuring for an independent investigation and for all the evidence to be released.
Sean Tier is the local district attorney where this shooting took place, and his office is investigating it. But as of today, he says that the Department of Homeland Security has not even provided him with the names of the officers involved in Salgado Araujo's shooting. Joining me now is Sean Tier. He is the Harris County District Attorney in Texas. His district includes Houston, where Mr. Salgado Araujo was killed. Thanks so much for joining me. You have said that the federal government has not cooperated with your office, and you're seeking funding for an independent investigation. What can you share with us about the status of that investigation at this point?
Yeah, so Catherine, thank you for having me. This is an incredibly important story right now. We have issued almost 20 subpoenas to numerous different locations for surveillance footage, for witness statements, a lot of those types of things that we look for in every one of these kind of cases. We're the third largest county in the United States, so we have over 100 law enforcement personnel who work directly for the DA's office. We conduct these kinds of investigations all the time with the cooperation of our law enforcement partners, regardless of whether they're a federal, state, or local entity. If it happens in Harris County, we are on the scene and we're working it all the way through. This is a unique circumstance. As you already said, we don't even know the name of the shooter.
Record transparency from Donald Trump. Yep, then the DA is asking for help to start a lawsuit against the federal government, I believe, to get transparency from the Trump administration on this situation. Now, I noticed somebody in chat suggesting that Biden deported millions too, but that number, I hear people suggest that, but that's not actually true. Not in the way that we're talking about. And this isn't a deportation. This is a daylight murder. So that's a little different. This guy didn't. He's not. None of these people that we're talking about are getting deported. They're dead. But in regards to deportations, is actually not millions, unless you count people stopped at the border. You know, the border that Republicans claimed was open under Biden. Over 3 million of the 4 million number that people talk about with the Biden deportations to like justify what Trump is doing right now were Biden, old Sleepy Joe.
I'm staying in the race.
Stopping him at the border. Just saying. Just saying, if you want to talk about numbers. Not actually millions that were deported, people that were actually here already in the country. You're just using an inflated number to try and make some sort of justification for what we're witnessing right now, which I find pretty gross. You know, where people are getting murdered in the streets. People are dying. Not getting deported, dying. Also, the people sitting in detainment camps that are making Trump allies money, Trump donors money right now. Like, people are just being held in them. They're not being deported because they're making Trump allies and donors money. Trump hasn't deported millions. People are just sitting in fucking in deportation centers right now. He's just creating concentration camps for brown people. Now, unfortunately, another shooting, like we talked about at the beginning of that video, happened in Maine. Start here. Yeah, so that was the protest. People immediately getting out in the streets over what they witnessed. Now, this is local news, WMTM TV from yesterday. Why isn't it playing?
You're watching Channel 8. Maine's total coverage starts with breaking news.
That breaking news, a deadly shooting in Biddeford involving federal agents. Good afternoon, I'm Megan Torgeson. We do have live team coverage of what's still an active scene and investigation. Terry Stackhouse is near the scene at the intersection of Poole Street and Hill Street. Jamie Ajoulay is at a media staging area where we may be hearing from officials soon. And Nora Hogan is at a nearby protest where Senate candidate Troy Jackson is expected to speak. We have learned that the governor has been briefed on this situation in a statement released moments ago. The governor saying Maine State Police, the AG's office, and federal officials are working together on that scene. Witnesses telling us earlier that they heard gunshots. We're going to go live now to Terry Stackhouse, who was at that scene. Terry, what can you tell us?
Hey, Megan, good afternoon. Right now we are looking at the scene here where investigators, they're attending to some of those evidence markers that are on the ground here. Within the last few minutes, we've actually been speaking with some people who were in the area as they heard those gunshots, even the 7 a.m. hour. We're learning more as we're seeing members of Maine State Police along with the FBI canvassing this area. They've been speaking with residents locally in real time. And one of the women who we just talked to, she says that she heard roughly 4 or 5 gunshots earlier this morning as she was enjoying her morning coffee. She came out to see what was going on, and at that moment, she saw a white vehicle that looked like it had lost control. It was circling in the intersection here, being corralled by 2 men that appeared to be from law enforcement. Then eventually that car came to a rest and EMS arrived on the scene. At the same time, I'm speaking with another woman, a local mother, who shared some audio with me, which we're going to try to bring you a little bit later on today. You can hear the gunshots in that video. She's speaking with her young son. For both of those people who we are just now talking to, you can tell that this has really rattled them. And as they are trying to learn more about the situation here, so are we, as we're seeing members of the FBI along with Maine State Police at the scene here.
Oh my fucking god. So that was the first reports of this thing. I meant to put these in reverse order. I don't know how that happened. But like we saw, people were out there that afternoon, from what I could tell, protesting what had happened. And this seemed like a pretty quiet community. Interrupted by a daylight murder of another person who wasn't actually the intended target of any specific ICE operation at all.
New details just in to CNN about a fatal ICE-involved shooting today in Biddeford, Maine. An immigration rights group says the man was a 26-year-old from Colombia who was authorized to work in the United States. Maine Senator Angus King says he spoke to DHS Secretary Markwayne Mullin about the incident and was told that this person was the target of an immigration enforcement operation and had been ordered removed from the country. King says Secretary Mullin...
Okay, so now, look, the reason that I say that he's not the target, he had a work order. How does he know? How does this guy know that he was the target? We know that these guys have not been, like, they're claiming one thing. I'm claiming the exact opposite, okay? Because these guys have been playing games with this shit. They're not going to judges to get orders. They're just writing shit down. I don't trust that shit at all. The family says he was authorized to, he had a work permit, right? And CNN's even confirmed that fact, that he had a work permit. And we have no confirmation of the fact of any of these claims that he was in fact the target of an order, right? This is, I'm sorry, I should have started it off that way, but I'm sort of worked up about this right now. Not gonna lie.
also told him the man was shot after he allegedly tried to weaponize the vehicle he was in. The senator adding that the agents were not wearing body cameras. A witness says an ICE officer repeatedly yelled before opening fire after a car appeared to drive toward him.
See, this is the same thing. No body cameras. ICE continues to make claims, none of which, by the way, all the claims that they've tried to make over every single incident that's occurred in the last year and a half, they have not even substantiated. None of these things, in fact, most of them have been refuted. And at this point, they are an unreliable source of information. Like our own Justice Department, we all know our Justice Department is literally here to lie to us on behalf of the president and wage war, legal war against his enemies. And you have, within a week, 2 different people being gunned down in 2 separate incidents in public in the middle of the fucking day without any conversation. People minding their own fucking business in their cars. On a public street, in the middle of traffic.
Another witness says the man was bleeding profusely from the head and told the officers, quote, "I tried to stop."
Biddeford resident Laura Peters told CNN she heard multiple gunshots come from the intersection of 2 nearby streets around 7:17 this morning. The gunshots are heard in a video captured by her doorbell camera. Let's take a listen.
Is that a car?
Multiple gunshots can be heard, but Peter's surveillance video doesn't appear to show, any law enforcement or vehicles or personnel. Reacting to the shooting, Maine Governor Janet Mills posted the following statement on her official Facebook page. "I have been briefed on the fatal shooting," she said, in Biddeford this morning involving federal law enforcement. "I know that situations like these are alarming and frightening. The Maine State Police are at the scene, supporting and working cooperatively with the Attorney General's office."
Of course, Janet Mills, I believe, is the one who signed the police cooperation order with ICE, allowed state enforcement to collaborate with ICE. Something that we've been told is supposed to save lives. Like, that's what we've been told. Oh, this will make it easier, right? Like, the Republicans have been telling us over and over again. If you just cooperate with ICE, it'll all be fine. If you just, because if they just pool resources, there won't be any confusion. Now, multiple eyewitnesses gave their firsthand accounts, what they heard and or saw surrounding this incident. Start here at the AP. This is from yesterday.
Well, I heard the pop, pop, pop sound, and I didn't know what it was because I thought it was fireworks, and it didn't make any sense. So I went to the 3rd floor window that overlooks Pat Street.
I'm sorry, this picture right here, like, imagine having to walk by this. Imagine having to walk by this.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Because I thought it was fireworks, and it didn't make any sense. So I went to the 3rd floor window that overlooks Pat Street, and I could see a small sedan turned 90 degrees to the curb, and an SUV like behind it, but kitty corner to it. He started coming down the street, again, driving, I don't know how. And then the SUV hit him again to try to... And then that's when he stopped. ICE agent got out, tried to open the door and had a difficult time, but eventually opened it and pulled the guy out. His face was bloody, his head was bloody. And
you can see this guy is broken up over this. Like, it just from his body language, like, he's clearly just struggling to even get this out. Like, the entire community has been scarred.
Face was bloody, his head was bloody. And I clearly heard the victim say, "I tried to stop." Clearly heard him say that. The ICE agent that shot him.
I heard the victim clearly say, "I tried to stop. I tried to stop." This is what I'm talking about. No due process, no accountability equals death squads. This is...
This was America, huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Walked right in front of me. And of course, I was emotional, and I just let him have it. And he looked at me and he said he tried to run me over or something to that effect. I don't remember his exact words. There was another ICE agent with him that was trying to comfort him, and they walked away.
There was another ICE agent trying to comfort the other ICE agent who just murdered a guy? Oh my God. Oh, it's okay, buddy. You're just doing your job. Just another day of murdering immigrants. Oh my, and this is a very small town. $22,000 people, right? Like, this is small town America, Maine. This is the kind of town where everybody knows everybody.
Tracking an emergency rally underway right now at Mechanics Park. Let's bring in our Max Williams, who is live in Biddeford. And Max, you've been speaking with people there. What are they telling you?
Asia, well, first, let me just walk you through what this protest is like right now. As you mentioned, we're at Mechanics Park in downtown Biddeford, and as you can see behind me, this crowd is pretty large right now, and it's growing by the minute. We got here a little bit before noon, and there was probably roughly maybe 50 people. Now, I would say there's definitely over 100, and people are honking their cars. People have drums and anti-ice signs. It is definitely a very active scene down here, and there's actually groups of people, you can't see in the camera frame, but there's groups of people that are coming down Main Street here to this protest, so I expect this to possibly get even larger. But I do want to bring you to some sound that we got earlier this morning from a man who drove all the way from Portland, and he had an anti-ice sign. He was standing in front of the crime scene, and he told us that, and we actually heard this from other neighbors as well, we haven't been able to confirm this through officials, that the man that was allegedly shot was a young father. He got emotional when talking about that.
Motivated by an ideology that is not American. It's American to try to provide for your family. I feel for the family that is missing their father today. I want ICE out of my state. I want them defunded. I want this to be a matter of local enforcement, not federal enforcement.
And what's also interesting, too, is that many of the people here at the protest were the same people that we saw up near the alleged crime scene, which is just up the street from here. So we don't know how long this protest is going to last for, but again, it is growing by the minute. It is getting louder, too. And Asia, the message here is clear, is that they want ICE out of their state, and they simply have had enough.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Yeah. I like this sign. ICE. State-sponsored terrorists. 4 words. So powerful. They're terrorizing the streets and the people. There's supposedly a child in this vehicle, by the way. I don't think that's been really mentioned at length during this whole thing. There was a 3-year-old child in this vehicle in Maine, where an ICE officer unloaded a gun into. It's like, you know, like all year. It's like every few months is another mass shooting. Oh, wait, no, but it's the government who did it.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Here's another local Mainer. WMTW TV. I'll get that right by the end of this. From yesterday.
I was drinking my coffee, and I heard a gunshot. I thought it was a backfire, and then I kept hearing them, and I thought it was a drive-by shooting. And so I get up and look out the window, and I see a small white car being corralled by two men, trying to stop it from losing control around the intersection. And all of a sudden, all these plainclothes, vested men started running down the street, abandoning their cars kind of everywhere with regular people behind them. And I didn't see him. The white car that's in front of his vehicle, he just came and slowly just wedged it closed. Like, the car wasn't out of control that I saw. And that's what I saw until EMS arrived pretty late. And the bus then pulled up to the side street there, and that's when they kind of shut everything down.
Learning what happened, what goes through your mind, especially, living right where it happened, right in front of where it happened?
It shatters the illusion that Maine is safe. This is my home of 34 years. And with Lewiston happening, and you hear about the violence that happens everywhere else, and you're ignorant to think that it can't happen here. And it's really upsetting that, you don't think about it until it does happen here. I don't know what he did, but he didn't deserve to be executed in the street. I didn't hear anything until the gunshots, so I don't know anything other than that he's dead.
Did you see him laying in the street after the fact?
No, I didn't. The car pretty much effectively blocked it really well. But it wasn't like a high-speed crash or anything. It just was like a gentle wedge, and then men were walking up with cases and stuff, and that's all I was able to see, fortunately.
Did you notice anything identifiable with the authorities that were involved here, whether it be DHS or ICE? Could you tell who they were with?
I saw the green vests and the yellow writing, but at the time it wasn't really processing exactly who it was until there was a man here recording as well, who confirmed it was ICE. It definitely crossed my mind, but when he said that, that's when it became real.
That detail, understanding that this apparently was a deadly ICE shooting.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any reaction to that portion of this?
It's just hard because you know how ignorant people are, and how many people are going to say that this man deserved to die. So I guess that's what I'm struggling with the most, I guess, is, you read ignorantly online everything that is happening, and it's you weren't there. You don't know what happened. So yeah, I guess it's just I'm just sad to know that ignorance is still alive.
How do you feel knowing that ICE is in your community? And for someone who's never been to your community, can you kind of explain to us a little bit, what is Biddeford like?
Biddeford is a diamond in the rough. It is one of the last affordable places to live. Everywhere else is sky high. That's why I'm here. I don't know how long I'll be able to afford to live here. This is a safe space. I walk at all hours, in the morning, at night.
All of this is upsetting to me. I'm struggling over here watching this right now. But that detail, to me, I think that's maybe one of the most important details about this. And I can't say that she's representative of the whole community. But like I was just saying, this is a small town, 20,000 people. She walks around all the time. And this happens in the middle of the street. Like anybody could have been just walking there. Child, dog, pregnant mom.
You know, my neighbors, I know the family next door. For someone who hasn't been here, like, it's just a small little mean town. It's nothing different or scary. I don't know.
Honestly, I don't know why I'm even talking about it in like that in that context, but like the fact is, like I know, like she's saying, there are people who are going to try and justify this, and it is you're misleading yourself, right? Like you are living in a fucking fantasy world of your own making, and well, also of the making of all the propagandists that you probably listen to. But like like I was saying before, like in that MS Now video, when we were talking about the claim of DHS that with this, in the case of this man in Maine, this 26-year-old man with his daughter in the front seat, was like that he was impaired, so he presented such a danger to society. They needed to shoot him while he was driving on a public road. Like, I of course don't think that the premise that he was a threat to society, it flies. I think that is linked to this white supremacist mindset that is involved in all of this. But, like it clearly doesn't do the thing that it claims to, and that's the hypocrisy that I'm trying to point out during all of this, because they're claiming public safety, but they're in fact more likely to be endangering people. They clearly killed somebody. There was somebody else in the car, and you know, these guys don't have their fucking heads on. It's like they see red, they see brown. They're running around, they see brown. They just start blasting. Now, protests reached Senator Collins' office yesterday. I have a quick clip of that here from CBS 13 News. Okay. Those, outside of Susan Collins' office, people saying, vote her out. Probably a good idea. Maybe we'll talk about that later. Let's go here now. The ABC News from yesterday. Oh, that's right. I take it back. I take it back. That's right. See, I wasn't wrong. I forgot. within 12 hours or so. I hate to be proven right about the absolute most wrongest things, the most terriblest things. Like, why can't how many times have I said this? I would love to just be right about some good stuff. You know, whatever the lottery numbers are. I hear Mega Millions or the Powerball is pretty high. When am I gonna be right about that? I mean, I have to play it to actually benefit from any of that anyway. But there's nothing else good that I'm predicting that's really happening. But when it comes to the bad things, or like just like remembering, like oh, this is that's right. When I originally started this stream, I said that ICE did not have a warrant and that this guy in Maine was not the intended target of any sort of operation. And unfortunately, I was right. They amended that statement that we heard from that very initial report within a brief time, hours after, saying actually this was just some random guy, we just blasted him. Here's ABC News on that from yesterday.
This is ridiculous!
We begin tonight with breaking news here. A man shot and killed by ICE. His car at one point going in circles in the street after he'd been shot. Gunshots rattling the neighborhood in Maine. Tonight, authorities say the man was on his way to work when he was shot and killed by ICE agents in Biddeford, Maine. His body seen laying in the street. Multiple gunshots echoing through that neighborhood, his car driving in those slow circles until an officer was able to stop it. A photo showing the windshield of the car riddled with bullets. Tonight, authorities say none of the agents involved were wearing body cameras. Tonight, why one of the agents says he opened fire. Protesters now demanding answers. And late today, Maine Senator Angus King says Homeland Security has told him that the man who was shot and killed was not the target of their operation. Pierre Thomas leading us off tonight.
So, I mean, just to make sure we understand the state of what happened. This was a man with his child in the front seat of his car, heading to work. Probably going to drop the kid off on the way to whomever, right? With the work permit, not the target of any investigation.
Tonight, growing outrage after ICE agents apparently shot and killed someone who was not the target they were pursuing for the second time in less than a week. The latest shooting just after 7 a.m. this morning in Biddeford, Maine. Video shows first responders surrounding a man who lay motionless in the street. Moments earlier, home cameras capturing the sound of 5 gunshots. Video circulating online shows the man white Kia after the shooting, slowly moving in a circle as an officer runs and tries to...
You see what I mean about this? Some massive... This is in the middle of this intersection. This is in the middle of... You can see the lights, green lights right here. And this guy, it's just... This dude is dead. He is dead in the front seat of this fucking car. Doing a circle. And we're lucky it wasn't like a street takeover type circle, because any number of other situations could have happened. You know, his foot could have hit the floor. His foot could have hit the fucking floor. Oh, we saw it happen with Renee Good. This is psychotic.
The driver's door. Daniel Boucher says he saw agents pull the driver out.
Put him on the ground, and I heard the young man say, "I tried to stop." Clearly heard him say that. I tried to stop or I tried to pull over.
Boucher says one ICE agent claimed the man tried to run him over.
I could no longer see any movement, which meant that he had expired. His head was bloodied, his face was bloody. It was awful. It was awful. I mean, really, really bad.
The car's windshield was riddled with bullet holes.
I don't know what he did, but he didn't deserve to be executed in the street.
Maine Senator Angus King revealing today the man killed was not the target of the operation, but that DHS claims he weaponized his vehicle.
And the question is,
bullshit.
What
Give
did
me
he
a
do
joke.
with his vehicle? Were officers threatened? Were the threats rising to the level that justified deadly force?
King says he was told none of the agents involved were wearing body cameras. DHS says they're still rolling them out to ICE agents across the country. Local immigration advocates are now demanding answers, saying the 26-year-old man from Colombia was authorized to work in the U.S. and was on his way to a job to support his family. The shooting comes just 6 days after an ICE agent in Houston killed an undocumented immigrant from Mexico. DHS later saying Lorenzo Salgado Ajarujo was not the man ICE was looking for.
David, these shootings come as ICE is stepping up enforcement, aiming to make 2,000 arrests per day.
Pierre Thomas leading us off here tonight. Pierre, thank you.
Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, God, all right, we're not done. We're not even close to done right now, but I do, as a result of a number of factors, have to take a quick moment to remind everybody to follow the stream on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, and perhaps hit that like button too. Also, we gotta start a galactic content goal. Actually, do we have to start one? That's close enough. I'm not even gonna restart those. Those are fine on Twitch, but just to remind everybody, we are completely funded by individuals like you, and your support is the only way that we are able to do what we do around here. Massive galactic deficit still. It's starting to get rather troubling. We're like 1/6 of the way through it, half of the way through the month. That math ain't mathin'. Oh, God. However, you can help out in multiple ways. Even though we're still demonetized on YouTube, we got Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App and PayPal donations, and of course, Patreon. $3 a month, so many sweet, sweet benefits. Of a space variety, of course. Write that down. All right, keeping this going. Now, protests turned into a vigil held. But before we go to that, shall look at this from another angle. Although the first one was fairly clear what happened. This is just the end of it, right? So the clip that we just watched before, right, was from the other side. This is after it. I don't know how much longer, but you can see this vehicle smash into the other vehicle with the dead man inside of it doing a circle in the intersection. Finally runs into the car, preventing it from going any further forward. Then you see another ICE agent with a vest, seemingly holstering or pulling out a weapon right now. And eventually you can see him pulled out of the vehicle. It is horrendous. These are the scenes that we're witnessing on our streets. Oh, it's horrendous and shameful. All right, let's go to that vigil now. This is Reuters from 14 hours ago.
ICE's presence in Maine has not made us safer. And they have contributed to the conditions that lead to the tensions you're seeing here today. And again, we don't know exactly what happened, but we do know from public reporting that the man who was shot was here legally and not the target of any kind of enforcement action or warrant.
We cannot continue to have a lawless administration,
I mean, just to be clear, I mean, what we're let's try and get the mindset of an ICE agent right now. You see a brown guy, you fear for your life and you start blasting him. I mean, that's basically all we have right now from them. Right? That is because he was here legally, he wasn't the target of an operation. And an ICE agent felt unsafe. And so he just started shooting wantonly into a running car in the middle of traffic. You've got to be shitting me.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
President and a Republican-controlled Congress not do oversight.
I think it's important to show out for the community, to be in support and solidarity for the community, and to recognize that none of us deserve to be gunned down in the streets. We all deserve peace and dignity in our lives. We are all neighbors.
Yep, as you can see, protest turned to vigil. This is a fucking disturbing and sad moment right now. All right, let's go here to CNN from 14 hours ago. ICE breaks its silence on Maine shooting. Oh. Thank God. I can't wait to hear what Markwayne Mullins or who's ICE secretary right now has to say about this murder.
We are getting new details this morning about the young man shot and killed by ICE in Maine. He has been identified as 26-year-old Joan Sebastian Guerrero. According to a neighbor, he was a young father who worked hard to provide for his family. Now, the events surrounding the shooting, they are unclear this morning, very unclear. A doorbell camera captured part of the gunfire.
Oh, is that a car?
So after the shots were fired, presumably, video showed Guerrero's car going around in circles as officers tried to stop it. Another video showed officers pulling his body out of the car. The Department of Homeland Security released a statement.
Honestly, this would be comedic if it weren't so cruel. If this wasn't a fucking wanton murder, the ineptitude would be, exceeding what I thought was like the cap on like incompetence and comedy existing in the same place. There's a fucking person in that. There's two people in that car, if I'm not mistaken. And it's just disgusting. It is just disgusting to me that these guys are being given the power to do what they do. To such, like, not only incompetent, but clearly hateful people who are being directed to do things that we should not be doing. I mean, to some degree, this is a result of a Supreme Court ruling. This is what I keep fucking saying about this, the ruling that the Supreme Court made. But they gave ICE the ability to do race-based Terry stops, stop and frisks, and honestly, whatever the fuck the hell they want to do to anyone that they see who is brown.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Oh, God. I almost wanted to watch part of the stream. Was it from yesterday or today? I can't remember. Oh, God. Everything's blending together now. Because, like, we have a tyrannical fucking Supreme Court acting opposed to the people and opposed to democracy. All of this shit should have been stopped long ago. So much of what they've been doing is unconstitutional, and they've gotten so little. Like the Trump administration has gotten so little pushback. Federal courts, local courts, all sorts of courts have tried to stop Trump, but the Supreme Court's let him do practically everything. Not everything. There's been a couple of things, but it's a very much shorter list.
In circles as officers tried to stop it. Another video showed officers pulling his body out of the car. The Department of Homeland Security released a statement saying the officer opened fire, quote, fearing for public safety. Maine Senator Angus King spoke to CNN.
There's a lot of law, John, on police officers shooting at vehicles. And the bottom line is you have to either fear for your own safety or the safety of others. And so far, we haven't seen evidence of that.
All right, let's get right to CNN's Maria Santana, who is in Biddeford, Maine this morning with the very latest. New details emerging, but still, Maria, so many questions.
Yeah, that's right, John. And what we do know is that another family and another community has been left reeling today after another deadly ICE shooting, one that comes only 2 weeks after a similar incident in Texas that claimed the life of a Mexican man. And what we know is that neighbors have identified the victim as 26-year-old Joan Sebastian Guerrero, a young husband and father from Colombia who, according to immigrants' rights groups here in Maine, was authorized to work in the United States. He had authorization to be in the country. Now, what we have heard from authorities...
Exactly. He was a taxpayer. He was he had a social security number. He was authorized to be here. The only reason you get a social security number is to pay taxes in the hopes that you'll become an American citizen. This guy was just hoping to live the American dream. Work hard, clearly. And now he's just been, his entire life has just been cut short. None of us should be able to live with this. None of us should be able to accept this, I guess I should say, more accurately.
Senator Angus King is that Guerrero was not the target of the warrant that the ICE agents were trying to execute. And according to witnesses, what they have told us is that around 7 a.m. Guerrero was leaving his home. He was on his way to work, was in his car when he was stopped by these ICE agents. After that, the situation really gets confusing, murky. We don't know what happened, what escalated this situation to the point where the agents opened fire. We don't know whether the shots happened before or after the car started moving. We did see that video where a white sedan was moving very slowly, and then you see an officer approach the vehicle. He is hanging on to the door. It looks like he's trying to open it or get into the vehicle. Then we see officers in another disturbing video pulling a limp, bloodied body outside of this car, handcuffing the man as he's taken out of the car. And then CNN did obtain video of the agents rendering first aid to the victim. Here is.
Oh, it's making me so mad. Why have we been watching the federal government murder people all year? This is like number 12. Not just like I don't know if is it of the year? I don't know. Ever since these operations started, like some of this shit's starting to like blur.
My DoorDash, and I thought I heard a car backfiring, and asked the DoorDash driver if that was a car. He said he didn't know. So we kind of went down to the corner and saw a bunch of vehicles pull up at the same time, marked and unmarked. I heard a rap.
Honestly, that I don't know what his job was. Maybe he was going to deliver her food. But can you imagine looking out, thinking that your DoorDash delivery is there, instead you're delivered a horrifying crime scene?
Come on! Fire of gunshots afterwards. I got up and went to the window, and that's when I saw the little white car being driven in a circle, like it was circling the intersection with two officers pressed up against his driver's side door.
Video from the scene shows officers hanging from the side of a white Kia sedan, and moments later, a second video shows agents in vests providing aid to a man on the ground. The victim had work authorization in the United States and was issued a Social Security number, that according to the Maine Immigrants' Rights Coalition. We are grieving, we are furious, and we will not allow his death to be treated as routine or inevitable, the organization said in a statement.
No one should be shot by ICE under circumstances like this. We have also heard that the individual's family was nearby and that a young child was there. A lethal killing is never justified, in my opinion, in a case like this. But we don't know exactly what went on. We don't know if the individual had a weapon. None of those things have been made clear to us. We've asked for a thorough investigation.
According to the Maine Attorney General, the man was attempting to...
Hear that? His family may have witnessed his man's murder. Oh my God. These people are making public safety worse. They're making the public unsafe.
flee in a vehicle in the direction of the officer before he was shot. This comes just days after another fatal case in Houston, where officials say an ICE agent shot and killed a 52-year-old Mexican national. Both shootings have sparked protests and calls for accountability across.
Okay, I think that's right. I mean, we just got done talking about Houston, and then they have then they have this woman on. We saw that, and yeah. Okay. Still got more on this. Let's go here to some, what's the word? Invaluable independent media. Media of the Mercado variety. That's right. Mercado media. Down here on the streets.
That's on YouTube.
Talking to locals in Maine. That was fast.
None of us are safe with these type of agents on our streets. I have a Hispanic son myself, and I just feel like we need to come together as one in one community, and that the only race is the human race, and that we should all come together, and that is what will make America great again. And
It's science.
that we need to not be so divided, and that we need to just stick together and help each other, because I come from a community that sticks so close together regardless of who you are or where you came from. Like, everybody here is typically very nice and kind, and I don't, like I said, you hear things on the news and you see bad things, and you see things on the news, but it doesn't happen in where I live, so it just feels a lot more real.
Yeah, locals broken up over this happening on their streets and their neighborhoods. Just gonna skip to the end of this because they talked to her for like 10 minutes, and so I want to get a little bit of everything I think is in this clip. I'm trying to remember.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
What? No. You're being repressed. Come on.
Come on!
Community getting any answers or transparency from the local level or the state level or anything?
Not really. Home security or whatever it's called. Yeah, Homeland Security had posted that actually the man, that the victim, was not trying to weaponize his car. And that they shot him because they feared for the public safety, which makes no sense because he was good to our public and our community. Like, he was a good man. So it makes no sense. It's just a cover up. They're just trying to cover themselves so that they can keep doing this. And I think that's ridiculous, and I think that needs to come to an end.
What's your message to people at home?
To stay safe and to keep yourself safe. And if you are any type of race that's not white, to keep your social security card on you. And hopefully that can help prevent some conflict.
Okay, this is where I wanted to. I thought I caught this the right spot. So this is where me and this young lady differed. I'm not gonna lie. Like, people can do that if they don't feel comfortable, but we are not a papers country, and I refuse to allow us to become that. Like, this is tyranny, right? like this is tyranny. Nobody should be having to make sure, do I have my federal government ID or whatever it is? That's the fascism right there. That's the fascism. Exactly. He had a social security card, Mary. He probably even had it with him. They shot him through the windshield without asking for it. Good fucking point. Here I am thinking about one aspect of it, and you cracked the fucking case, because you're right. Nobody asked for that goddamn social security card. Nobody asked for it. It was shoot first, ask questions later, too late. Oh, so true. It's infuriating. Just walking that whole process. That honestly, that was a good learning process, I think, for all of us just now. Because I feel like we've heard that argument a bunch of times, and that's just been put to the test in a very real way. Unfortunately, it sounds like she missed that tweet. Although she was more up on it than I was.
At home.
Because that one tweet I hadn't heard. Until I'd watched this clip, which was, you know, the DHS had said that there was no no concern about this guy hurting them. They were completely fine. No agents were in any danger. Oh my God. You can see, like, in a short period of time, a massive outpouring of support. People standing on the corner putting flowers here. And this cannot stand. This is why we need people in office in places like Maine, in places like Texas, in places like Colorado and New York and wherever else that we can, to get people in office who have put that out as a policy in these fucking primaries right now. I hate to bring it back to electoralism, but I'm just trying to keep a level head right now. This is important. This is why we need to do this. This is why we need legislators who are serious, not people who are going to fund ICE. Because Democrats have been fine funding ICE until people started complaining about it. To some degree. And not all, but most. Until the recent atrocities committed by ICE under Donald Trump, a lot of the centrist Dems have been riding along with this shit the same way they have been with Israel. All right, I'm sorry. Let's listen to more from Mercado. See more what they got here. Oops.
Custody.
Yeah.
They're alive. And so even if the man was trying to flee the scene, that wasn't a reason to die.
There's no justification.
No justification at all. Not in the slightest bit.
And then any final thoughts you have that you might want to share?
I don't even know what to say at this point. Like, I just, I'm kind of lost for words, and I feel like I just keep repeating myself, but I just hope that the family knows that we are a great community, and that we will and we are here for them, and that they could reach out to any of us standing on the sidewalk or at the store if they ever needed anything, or anything, that they can reach out to their community, and we are the first people to help.
She's making a good point, though. People need to work with their communities. Communities need to be reaching out as best as they can to each other. And the fact is the stronger the community, the more prepared we will be for all sorts of things, not just this, right? Like in the case of heat waves, which a lot of us have been experiencing. I am thinking of that literally right now. I'm sweating. Somehow the heat wave is getting me all the way up here in the space station, and it is perishing. But like old people in countries where people are more likely to be checking in on elderly neighbors and things like that, there's supposedly a higher survivability rate. Like we talked about this last week or something, because of all these heat waves that have been going on. It's like an actual statistic. So it's all of these things. This is why we need each other.
Name one more time.
Cecilia Humiston.
Thank you, Cecilia. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sorry, Bruce.
That's okay.
Glad to hear guys as well.
There you can see people paying their respects to Juan Guerrero. I think that's his name. I just want to look at this next video because another, I think this is a different protest also for Joanne here in Maine. I think this was from, hold on. I'm going to check the description of this video because I could be wrong. This is posted by the New York Post 7 hours ago or so. And this shows a protest in Maine where pro-ICE supporters stood off. Please hold. Shut your mouth. Hold on. Is this from today? Doesn't even say it. Good journalism, New York Post. Come on.
Come on!
I don't know what I should expect. I don't know what I should expect, but come on. They don't even have a date on the description. That's not helpful at all. Okay. Anyways, this was had to have been in the last 24 hours. I don't know if this was the day that this happened. I'm actually kind of assuming this was earlier this afternoon, because this seems kind of fast for right-wing agitators to show up. But they did show up armed.
A what now?
Illegal.
No, you're not. Aaron, take my bull.
Hey, come on. I got one or two teeth left here. You hate America.
Fuck yeah!
Very Christ-like.
Touching me, intimidating me.
Listen, we are going to pick it.
We're gonna pick
We are going to pick it.
Yeah, that's what you do. Sit
We
and
are
pivot.
going to pick
Sit and
it.
pivot.
So, I need people with the
Sit and pivot. I can't quite make out what's on the shirt.
That's what you do. Sit.
But it's something like, is it obey? No, it can't be that. It's may. I think it might be you may be the sheep. I can't. It's hard to tell, and then I think there's a sheep, but the quality of this vid's kind of low.
We are going to pick it. So, I need people with the
Something sheep. You may be the something sheep.
As they wash down the
Now you may be asking me, what are you talking about? I didn't see anybody armed. Well, pay close attention.
Oh, Shaw, hi, Shaw. Ice hater. Nirav Shaw's an ice hater. Nirav Shaw's an ice hater. He hates America.
Has anybody noticed it yet?
Hello, everybody.
My God. Seriously, stop touching me.
You seeing it now? America lover showed up locked and loaded.
This is ridiculous.
This guy is fucking deranged. He brought a fucking pistol and a goddamn can of bear spray to the protest and then tried to start a fight with everybody. He's a psychopath. This guy is just a psychopath. Oh.
Rid of the Second Amendment?
Freedom! That's too much freedom right there, I do think. Guys, you know, some people, they see freedom and they get a little too excited. Get a little too worked up. And they unleash themselves on us. And they're a danger to society. But unfortunately, the insurrectionists and otherwise deranged, they've taken over the government. Now, independent Senator Angus King was asked a couple... Wait, was this a... I can't remember, was this a press conference?
Senator.
No, he was asked a couple of questions here in the... I think it's the halls of Senate. Earlier on Tuesday. Senator of Maine, in fact.
We talked to you about the ICE shooting
Yes.
in Maine.
Yes.
How disappointed are you that there weren't body cameras on that agent?
Extremely. There's no excuse for it. We've known for months that this was something that was necessary. Police forces all over the country have body cameras. The ICE people should be following the same regulations and processes of police forces in New York or Miami or Denver or Portland, Maine.
No, they shouldn't, because they don't operate in the same way, Angus. Honestly, Angus bothers me. They should be operating in a completely different capacity. With less power. And more restrictions. Not like other police. They're really not supposed to be doing... They shouldn't have been doing traffic stops in the first place. But they've been doing them. Using people like running stop signs as justification to investigate their immigration status. As if those two things are somehow connected. It's a pretext. You want to point out before you go, you're getting new traffic? What do you mean? In Alaska? Are you talking about more ice in Alaska? You're getting new traffic? Good job, newsman. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean, Sticks, and it's confusing my brain. My puny brain. My puny brain is confused. I'm going to need to be more elaborate than that.
And they have no end of money. They got huge amounts of money in the reconciliation bill. They've been funded now to the end of Donald Trump's administration. Forward funding, which I've never seen before, and it's a real failure. And also, I think it's a failure of training. Interestingly, I just learned 5 minutes ago that ICE has suspended vehicle stops, which to me is an admission that this activity is dangerous, and it cost a life in Maine that the gentleman wasn't even the target of the investigation. So the whole thing is just it's a tragedy on several levels. It's a tragedy for the family of this young man who was killed unnecessarily.
Oh, it's a tragedy. Thank you, Angus. Yeah, he's honestly, in this, I listened to this whole statement. He feels like he's kind of towing the line. Like some of what he's saying makes perfect sense, and the other side, he's like, "Oh, but we gotta keep ICE safe. We gotta make sure the safest thing for ICE is." Wait, hold on. Is that at the end of it? Hold on. I think it's towards the end of it where he says this thing.
This is a shameful process. It's tragic. The final thing to say is that when you give a police force or law enforcement force like ICE a quota, which is what they've done. You have to arrest X number of people. For a while it was 3,500 people a day. Now I think it's something like 2,000. You're going to get tragic results like that.
Well, I will give Angus this much. He does say some good things, and also he didn't fund ICE. He's one senator who chose not to fund ICE in this latest funding package. He's stuck with Democrats on that issue. So I'll give him that much credit. I won't take that away from Angus. Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
I just want to hear him say just abolish. He just won't go that far. He just won't say just immediately abolish this shit. Just abolish. He just has questions. He's just sort of, he's in some weird limbo, right? Some purgatory between like supporting and not supporting ICE. I don't find all that helpful, but I will say I'll take the no vote on the funding. That is, in fact, to some degree helpful, at least, prevented. I'm getting new traffic to the channel. Let's see. Yeah, I suppose so. But people, all these people, we all be. I see faces. I see very recognizable faces around here all the time. And the chat, the new chatters become old chatters very quickly around here. Like the people out here saying that, like, how do I put this? Let me get back to you on that. Let me get back to you on that thought. I gotta think this through. I'm not just gonna hold up the whole stream. Let's hear someone else's thoughts really quickly. Here's Ted Lieu. Where's Ted? I'm trying to remember. California? House Democratic leadership, anyway. One of them. And House Dems held a press briefing earlier on Tuesday.
Vice Chair Ted Lieu.
Thank you, Chairman Aguilar. The inflation numbers for last month came out today. It shows that inflation increased 3.5% year over year. That is lower than it was from 2 months ago, but still an increase and well above the Federal Reserve's preferred target of 2%. That means grocery prices remain elevated, gas prices remain elevated, utility costs remain elevated. And what are Trump and Republicans focused on? Putting giant banners of Trump's face all over Washington, D.C. Putting Donald Trump's name on airports. Putting Trump's signature and face on currency and coins. We asked Trump and Republicans to focus on what the American people want and not on Trump's own narcissism. We just saw 2 additional shootings by ICE agents. One reason this is happening is because Republicans gave ICE a big blank check with no guardrails. We had a shooting in Houston, a shooting in Maine, and based on the publicly available accounts, it appears that ICE agents went after the wrong people. That's not surprising because we saw ICE agents kill 2 U.S. citizens earlier, and ICE agents are not trained the way police officers are trained. ICE agents are not real police officers. They get significantly less training. They do not wear body cameras. They wear masks, and they are an out-of-control rogue agency. And what happened in Houston is particularly egregious because the Department of Homeland Security will not even provide the names and witnesses of the ICE agents at that shooting to the criminal investigation that the Harris County District Attorney opened. You basically now have the federal government obstructing a state criminal investigation. What is the Department of Homeland Security hiding from the American people and hiding from this investigation? We call on them to disclose the witnesses and the ICE agents who are present so that the Harris County DA can do a full and fair investigation.
How's Dems calling for fair investigations in these ICE killings? So House Dems, the district attorney from, what's it called again? Miliband? No. Not Moribund. What is, I can't remember the goddamn name of this tiny Maine town. Actually, it was the Texas town, wasn't it? It was the DA from the Texas town. Paradise something. Doesn't sound like Paradise getting chased down in the streets by two unidentifiable black SUVs getting blasted, becoming a part of history unintentionally. No, that sounds like the fucking opposite of Paradise if I had to try and quantify it. Yeah, I am talking about Texas. I'm sorry. But they're also talking about Texas. Like, they're not just talking, they're talking about both. Right? Like, they're calling for an investigation into both. And I think also the ones from earlier. That also didn't get investigations this year, right? Because let's not forget that we got no investigation into the murder of Alex Preddy or Renee Good. What we got is investigations into the victims, completely opaque, no transparency, and told stuff it. Go fuck yourself. We're gonna do something else. We're gonna go find some other brown people to try and oppress.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
All right, let's go. That was from earlier this morning. Now let's go outside the office of Susan Collins, or at least I think this was outside of her office. Senator, this is her office in D.C., I think, not the one in Maine. Approached by reporters. Yeah.
We saw your tweet. Excuse me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the real deal here.
You said that you had a conversation. You had a conversation with Secretary Mullen yesterday.
I did.
Where now they paused these traffic stops.
Yes.
Is that something that you're happy to hear?
I am. I had 3 conversations with Secretary Mullen.
Now, supposedly, according to Secretary Mark Wayne Mullins,
I don't want reality.
that guy, the new secretary, they're gonna supposedly stop traffic stops. I'll believe it when I see it. But this agency needs to be shut down. Like, there's no more... This is no longer tenable.
Add even more credibility if the state police were involved in the investigation. So I support that.
We have come reporting that there's been pressure on ICE agents to increase their number of arrests, and that could have contributed to this incident and the other incident recently. There's been these 2 shooting incidents recently. Are you concerned that these ICE officers are being pressured to increase their arrests, and that could have resulted in this event in Maine?
I would be concerned.
I wouldn't be concerned.
But
I'm sorry. I just need everybody to listen. This is the whole reason we're listening to this clip. I just need everybody to listen in to Susan. I'm going to try and not do an impression of her.
There's been these 2 shooting incidents recently. Are you concerned that these ICE officers are being pressured to increase their arrest, and that could have resulted in this event being Maine?
I would be concerned if I knew that to be true, but I have not heard that at all.
I would be concerned if I had heard that, but I haven't heard that at all. I'm sorry, I had to take my headphones off to be able to try and do it, because I had to shake my head violently back and forth to try and get my voice to warble as much as hers does. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, I've never heard of a quota. What? Huh? That's Senator Susan Collins of Maine saying here in July 14th, 2026, I've never heard a quota. Let's go back in time here real quick. Fox News, last year. Sorry, I was going to say yesterday. This is from last year. My bad. A whole year ago.
And Stephen Miller joins us now with more. All right. So you and Kristi Noem are pushing for 3,000 a day, but you're also going to fortify ICE. And the one big beautiful bill, my understanding is with at least $147 billion more for them to accomplish that goal. Explain.
Yes. Well, under President Trump's leadership, we are looking to set a goal of a minimum of 3,000 arrests for ICE every day. And
oh, there it is. That was a whole year. So Susan Collins is either so out of touch, and she in the last year she hasn't heard about the quotas that Stephen Miller set up over a year ago, or she's a fucking liar. You take your pick. It's up to you. It's really, I don't know what the third option is. She's a moron?
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
I didn't want to be that, like I didn't want to be that rude. I assumed that she must have some amount of intelligence to have gotten to where she got to, right? I mean, that seems rude.
How rude.
I think she's competent. I just think she's evil. She's good at getting bad things done. Like, that's not what any of us need. Like, she knows full well this is a quota. Like, are you shitting me? Like, that was the whole point of that exercise. I hope everybody understands that. It's like, hopefully you come away with that understanding. Susan Collins is a fucking liar from Liarsville, spreading lies. She knows full well there's a quota. She just doesn't want to admit that she knows about it, because that would sort of, especially in a very complicated political climate right now in a general election. She doesn't want to do anything that would be perceived as too unpopular. I don't want to be seen as a willing collaborator. What? A quota? No, I thought they were just normal guys doing stuff. They've been doing what?
A what now?
Horrible ICE news. This time in Maine, after last week, ICE killed a father of 3 in Houston. It took 6 or 7 days for it to happen again, this time in Maine. The victim has been identified as 26-year-old Juan Sebastian Guerrero. He's the father of a 3-year-old girl, and not that it should matter at all, but Guerrero was authorized to work in the United States. He has a social security number, and of course, ICE was not intending to target him. But because ICE is an agency that is built on racial profiling, they still killed him and identified him as somebody that they were going to target.
He looks like a kid himself.
26-year-old is a kid.
Yeah.
I mean, whole life ahead of him.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, that's not gonna lie. think that terminology, I feel like they arbitrarily decided that he was a target, you know, like just while driving along, it would seem, doing whatever the fuck they were doing, because it's hard to tell from the limited footage that we have of this particular event, but they just sort of arbitrarily decided while this guy was driving down the street that he was a target. This guy just looked dangerous. It's crazy. It's ridiculous.
It's agonizing to think about this. And we don't have full details yet, but what we're seeing now is that ICE used their SUV to ram into the passenger side of his sedan.
Okay, since we already covered most of these details, I want to skip ahead to a particular part of this, because just while we were talking about lawmakers' reactions to all of this, I wanted to see at least one reasonable reaction from one lawmaker. That might be nice. Can we get that? Look at us begging for crumbs.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
That standoff worked. Republicans did end up circumventing Democrats, I should say, by going through reconciliation to fund ICE. But AOC makes the point that this is why funding is the key issue here. Here she is on Capitol Hill responding to this latest killing.
Congresswoman, any reaction to the ICE killings in Maine and Texas?
I'm still taking a look at all of the details, but once again, this is not... I said this a couple of weeks ago, that I would not be surprised if when ICE funding started up again, that we would start to see more civilian deaths at the hands of ICE, and that's exactly what has happened. When you open the trenches, with all of this money that Republicans have now funneled to ICE without any oversight or anything, you're going to see abuses of power, and that's exactly what's happening. Notice that, you know, we didn't see things like this happening with the same degree of regularity when we froze the ICE funds. And now that they've been opened up again, we're seeing multiple incidents now. So,
right. Thank you, Congresswoman.
Exactly.
And that point.
Fucking exactly. Thank you, Majority Report. Wouldn't have found that clip. I think that was on Midas Touch or something.
Columbia _9505 just cheered 100 bits. Fuck ICE. ICE killed a 28-year-old this morning at 7 a.m. in St. Augustine, Florida. Also, Hassan covered Asmund Gold really quickly, and he's celebrating these murders and wants it to continue. He literally is doing stochastic terrorism.
Yeah,
this timeline sucks.
Fuck Asmund Gold. I know I've been seeing you in chat talking about this. We're gonna talk about that in a second. Okay, we're doing these in order. I don't know if you picked up on that. We're doing things in a chronological order from the last 5 days. But if everybody, I suppose everybody's now heard that. We will be talking about that in a moment after this next clip. But the Columbia Rican is in fact correct. Another person has died in Florida, supposedly while fleeing ICE officers. We're going to talk about that in a second. That shit is fucking... I'm still trying to grasp all of that. But it's not great. Worse than not great. Because everybody's just supposed to be living in fear right now in the United States in 2026.
I thought this was America! Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America!
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez as we turn to Maine, where immigration agents fatally shot a 26-year-old Colombian man on Monday as he drove to work in the city of Biddeford. The man has been identified as Joan Sebastian Guerrero, the father of a 3-year-old daughter. One witness reported seeing agents dragging him from the car after the shooting, which was also visible in CCTV footage. Another eyewitness told the Portland Press-Herald, quote, "He was bleeding profusely from the head. He was talking. He said, 'I tried to stop.' At least 4 bullet holes were seen in the car's windshield. After the shooting, another neighbor said she heard a woman screaming at immigration agents, 'You took her dad, you took her dad.' The woman was with a young girl dressed in blue pajamas, who's believed to be Guerrero's 3-year-old daughter. Another neighbor said, quote, 'I watched a wife fall to her knees looking at her husband's dead body on the ground. I watched a little girl crying with a little pink backpack on because she's never going to see her father again,' unquote. Maine Senator Angus King's office said the Department of Homeland Security...
This cannot stand. This cannot fucking stand. Little girls crying in their backpacks, looking at their dead fathers who did nothing wrong but look the wrong way in a fascist fucking regime. That this is untenable. And looking the other way is unacceptable. Like we did oh, it's like laugh or cry right now for me. This whole thing is fucking gone way too far. You've seen too many of these.
Confirmed that Joan Sebastian Guerrero was not the target of any warrant. The Maine Immigrants' Rights Coalition said he was authorized to work in the United States and had been issued a Social Security number. His death prompted protests across Maine, including outside the offices of Republican Senator Susan Collins. Last term, she was the deciding vote in approving $70 billion more for ICE and Customs and Border Protection. The killing of Joan Sebastian Guerrero comes just a week after an ICE agent in Houston fatally shot Lorenzo Salgado Araujo. For more, we go to Maine, where we're joined by 2 guests. Isha Khan is the wife of Biddeford's mayor, Liam LaFountain. She joins us there. And in Waterville, Maine, we're joined by Nathan Bernard, a correspondent for Dropsite News. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Isha Khan, let's begin with you. Talk about what's happening in Biddeford, what you understood happened yesterday morning. I understand, and looking at the video of through the day, that there wasn't even a crime scene set up. If you can tell us what you understand and the protests that have taken place and that are planned for today as well outside ICE offices in Scarborough.
The last 24 hours have been deeply painful and disturbing. Our community is hurting. A child lost her father, a woman lost her partner, and we have lost a neighbor of ours. And we are doing our best to find ways to heal and connect. Yesterday, throughout the day, there were various different gatherings, all folks from different backgrounds coming together peacefully, sharing their grief, their questions, and their worries. And knowing Maine, it's a small town, people are just disturbed and really shell-shocked to know that something like this can happen in our state, a very small state with a very small immigrant population. So this has been a time of grieving, especially in Biddeford. We are a mill city, which was built on the backs of immigrants, whether it is Irish, Catholics, Armenians. So I think just this hits home for a lot of our community members here in Biddeford.
Yes, and can you talk some about that history, that immigrant history in Biddeford? I understand the Albanian Muslims established one of the first mosques in the United States there in 1915.
That's correct. So I grew up in Texas, and my introduction to Maine was actually just that, walking around Biddeford, learning about the immigrant community who has helped build and shape this community. As a Muslim myself, this was the last place to find out that the first mosque in United States or in North America was here, just walking distance from where I live. And I think another thing I'll just mention here, what was so moving, and I think just the irony is less than about 100 years ago on the bridge we were all gathered yesterday and today again, is the exact bridge where KKK was coming from Saco, the neighboring town, into Biddeford. And it was a Biddeford community who stood side by side with their Catholic and Franco Catholic neighbors, fighting against the KKK and the persecution. And that happened again last night and earlier yesterday, where communities from all backgrounds came together here in Biddeford, standing on that same bridge, asking and demanding justice for immigrants who are here today. Biddeford is one of the youngest cities in Maine, and this has just been so devastated. There are so many beautiful kids who play in our neighborhoods, and just hearing from some of the kids who are going to summer school, didn't even want to get off the bus, just fearing that they don't want to be shot in the face. So this is deeply painful. It's an immigrant community and has been for centuries. And as we gathered, we're just finding ways to heal and ask for accountability on all accounts.
Yeah. And I think I remember what it is that I wanted to say earlier today. But again, I'm not even sure how to say this. But if everybody remembers way back, it feels like a long time ago, like 7 months ago, when Alex Preddy and A. Good were murdered in the streets, I made a comment back then, which was intended to be slightly, what's the word? It's like half a joke, but I also kind of half meant it, and meant it in a way. Well, let me say what the thing, because the thing is, like, back then I said this was the moment to some degree. This was your moment, quote unquote. I think I said this is your moment, white people, to ask for accountability on police violence, right? And on, just general, like state violence, and actually see yourself mirrored back in the faces of the victims, right? And like, I kind of meant it as a joke, but like not really, not as 100%. Like, I really did kind of half mean that, because I did feel that was like truly a moment for people to do that, and they did do that. I'm not saying people were listening to me, but like, I remember saying it at the time. But now we have effectively the exact same moment, and in almost the exact, like, in a even, I think, an even shorter period of time. I can't remember how quick it was between Alex Preddy and Renee Good. I could have sworn it was a couple weeks, but I can't remember. Somebody tell me if I'm wrong about that one. Like, this is within 5 days. You got 2 brown people being murdered in the streets. I just need people to care about this one as much as they cared about Alex Preddy. Be as outraged. Plus, right now, we got way more time. Not more time. Some of us may have more time because of the summer. Maybe not all of us, probably. But some people may have more time. And it's a lot less cold than it was. Remember how cold it was back then? It was freezing cold. It was impressively cold. But we were still out there. Right? We were still out there protesting. I just need the exact same amount, if not more, right? Because this is a pattern. This is a pattern. We funded them, and now they're back to murdering people in the streets in broad daylight, terrorizing communities, and we need, like, we need this to be over. We need this shit to be fucking over. We'll listen a little bit more from Democracy Now! Skip to this other interview.
Isha Khan is the wife of the Biddeford mayor. We're also joined by Nathan Bernard, who is a correspondent for Dropsite News. His most recent piece headlined in letter, Plattner Volunteer Network warns Dems nominee must back same agenda to win our full support. Why bring that in now with this tragedy today? Because, of course, what's happening.
You don't have to apologize, Columbia Rican. No, that's not an apology. No, you were helping. You're helping. No, do not apologize for that, actually. No. Just to be clear. First off, thank you for the biddies. I can't remember if I even said that. So I was responding to the message. But do not apologize, because I actually missed that story. Because it happened 5 hours ago. And 5 hours ago is what? It's like 5 or 6 hours ago this happened. Well, some of these reports, that's like when all these are coming in. And you're talking about, like, I'm in the middle of already ready, like, I've got a huge list in front of me. 2.5 hours before the stream, I'm probably at least halfway through, if not more, on that list. There's no way I'm finding that. Like, I've already passed, like, U.S. news at that point. Like, and so I've been doing research on the topic that you've been chatting about. I've just been trying to stay focused over here. So don't sort of apologize for that, because that was helpful.
Now is happening on behalf of the U.S. government. So politics really matter right now. Nathan, if you can talk about what we know at this point. You have the information relayed by the independent Maine Senator Angus King that the 26-year-old Colombian man, Juan, had been given that he was not the target. Now, it was Angus King who released this, and not the federal government originally. And then you have these mass protests in the midst of the senatorial race, and who is senator certainly matters, with Senator Collins being the deciding vote on the tens of billions more dollars that went to ICE and CBP. Can you talk about what the people who are running right now are saying and doing? Are they participating in the protests?
Yeah. There was a vigil in Portland where several of the candidates, Nirav Shah, Troy Jackson, both attended and gave speeches calling to abolish ICE. And
Nirav Shah is the former health
on the Plattner
official.
campaign.
Just to give global context for people who aren't following this closely, Nirav Shah is the former health official in Maine, and Troy Jackson is the logger in Maine who has also announced he wants to run.
Yeah, Nirav Shah was our CDC director during the COVID pandemic. Troy Jackson was the former Senate president, a Democrat who, like you said, is a third-generation logger. I think there's a lot of angst. There's a lot of frustration with Susan Collins. Not only did she vote to fund ICE with another $70 billion, she was the deciding vote for that. And when that $70 billion passed, there was no accountability. I mean, just like we saw in Houston, the ICE agents there were not wearing body cameras. The ICE agents in Biddeford were not wearing body cameras. And just like Isha was talking about, this is the community. Community is having to watch these folks. Community is having to document ICE's actions. And a big push from the volunteers from the Plattner campaign and voters all across Maine are that they don't think there is a way to reform this agency.
Yeah, and I think that is an important point, because Graham Plattner did, in his policy platform, regardless of what we all think of him, his policy platform was abolish ICE, and that went 70-20 in the Democratic primary. People clearly, the voters very clearly said, this fucking agency has gone too far, and he makes a good point. You know, voters literally thought this agency is just unreformable, and we're willing to vote for somebody who's just going to get completely get rid of it. And I've been trying to figure out what to do on galactic endorsements. Not that I think I have any like outsized, if any, effect on these elections, but I'm still trying to decide. I was tacitly sort of endorsing Shenna Bellows, who was also a candidate for governor, just like Trey, or whatever his name is. Troy? I can't remember. But I'm on the fence right now, actually. Like, I've gone from being tacitly endorsing her because we endorsed her, the galactic endorsements for governor. But I don't want to do what I've done in the past accidentally, or especially intentionally, which is go against people working towards one thing. Because depending on how this goes down, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. I still need to look more into the process itself, how the electorates are the electors being chosen. There's like supposed to be 600 electors voting on the 27th. It's 12 days between now and then. And Hassan, I think, is now putting his weight behind Troy, or what? Is it Troy? God damn it, whatever his name is. And that, as we know, the Hassan bump is big. You do GSL, do me. I mean, that's fair. That's fair to some degree. I guess the thing that I worry about most, right? Like, follow me on this, and this is what I've been saying before, right? Like, because the fact is, I've gone through Troy's, whatever his fucking name is, his policies on all of this, and they're good. They're good enough. They're certainly good enough. He was previously the mayor of a main town, I think, or governor, something like that. No, not governor. You know, towns don't have governors. Mayor. But like before, there's been other times where I've seen us split, not just me, but like other people in the progressive leftist, whatever adjacent space, like it was split with like either DSA or Bernie endorsements and other shit like that. And then, for instance, like in California, where there's jungle primaries, also like Washington's gonna have a jungle primary, and Maine. This is gonna be an internal. It sounds like it may be an internal party decision, and that I worry. I don't know. I just don't know how that's gonna come down to it, right? Like how those people are gonna be making decisions. Is it gonna be social media? I don't know, but I'm weighing what to do now heavily. But Troy's getting the Hassan bump, it seems. That's what I've been hearing. I've watched enough Hassan clips recently to at least know that much. All right, now to fucking Florida. This happened literally like right before the stream. This is like 6 hours ago, 3 hours, 4 hours before the stream. And this clip gets posted to NBC News. Another man killed while allegedly fleeing ICE officers in Florida.
There's some incoming news to us of an incident in Florida where apparently somebody who was trying to flee immigration officers was hit and killed by a semi-truck.
Yeah, that's right. This is a really heartbreaking one, Hallie. We're understanding this just now from Florida Highway Patrol. Still haven't heard from DHS on their side of this, but apparently there was this stop made by ICE officers, including some from Homeland Security Investigations, at a gas station off the Florida Highway. St. Augustine, Florida, earlier today, where there were 4 men who then fled on foot. And one of them tried to cross the state highway and was hit by a tractor trailer and died at the scene, Hallie. So this is all coming as ICE is being told to increase arrest. And so
this whole thing is completely horrifying. This is what happens when you have a literal reign of terror. People are so scared. They just flee. They just flee in all directions. You know, this is what you get out of a policy of shoot first, ask questions later. Deadly Florida encounter marks third involving ICE agents in 1 week. 6:30 p.m. July 14th Eastern Standard Time. This is Newsweek. A 28-year-old man died Tuesday morning after being struck by a tractor trailer while fleeing an encounter with federal immigration agents in St. Augustine, Florida. Authorities told Newsweek the man was among 4 vehicle occupants who ran from U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement and Homeland Security investigation agents after stopping at a gas station before 7 a.m., according to authorities. The Florida Highway Patrol told Newsweek he ran across State Road 16 and into the path of a semi-truck. The driver stopped and attempted to render aid, but the man died at the scene. DHS identified him as a Mexican national, but authorities have not publicly released any details on his immigration status. To death comes amid a heightened scrutiny of immigration enforcement operations. It marks the 3rd death in roughly a week linked to encounters with federal immigration agents following separate shootings in Texas and Maine. DHS said in a statement to Newsweek that FHP and HSI are investigating the incident. Oh, thank God. They're investigating themselves. That's 3. 1 week. Okay, let's see. How are we doing on time? Doing all right. Doing all right. We're 3 hours into this stream. If you haven't already hit that follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, hit that bell icon and like button too. Really helps us out. Let's move on from these horrifying stories for today. Talk about a man who voted to fund ICE every single time. Every opportunity that he had the chance. A man who's died this week as well. Lindsey Graham. These were his final moments. Heard on a 911 call.
EMS 6 responded to intercept at 7 on scene, cardiac arrest, 414 South Capitol Street, Southeast. EMS 6 responded to intercept medic 7 with cardiac arrest. 73-year-old male at 414 South Capitol Street, Southeast. That channel 311 2054. BLS response to ambulance 32 responded to entry 32 at 2492 Skyland Place, Southeast. BLS response to ambulance 32 response to entry 32. 2492 Skyland Place Southeast, cross 24, tech channel 3, down 2054.
And then 26 copy.
ALS response, medical examiner, medical response, chest pains, 414 South Capitol Street Southeast. ALS response, medical intercept medical response for chest pains, 414 South Capitol Street Southeast.
There you go. The paramedics get like 20 to get in there, like 20 minutes to get into the residence of Mitch McConnell. Responding to a supposed cardiac arrest. Passing away beginning of the week. And within minutes, Donald Trump was on multiple fucking shows. NBC, CNN, Fox. It's making the rounds. Tell everybody about his fantastic phone call with Lindsey Graham. And since we already covered that earlier this week, I actually just want to talk about this little aspect one more time. Because at the end of the phone call between him and Kristen Welker on NBC, Trump said this.
To that point, Mr. President, it's nearly impossible to think about replacing Senator Lindsey Graham, and yet the governor of the great state of South Carolina is going to need to appoint someone on an interim basis. There will also be a special election called. Do you have, I know it's only hours, but is there someone you think he should appoint? Is there someone you think he will appoint?
I have somebody that I think would be great, but I don't want to say it now because it just, it's too soon with Lindsey. I don't want to even talk about anybody, but I do have somebody that I think is really good.
Really perfect.
The governor's a good friend of mine. I've endorsed him. I endorsed him early on, and he endorsed me right from the beginning as a person that never did this before. In 2016, he came out and very strongly endorsed me, and then I made up for it. I removed somebody from office that I didn't think was so good, moved her over to the United Nations. 95% of my doing that, because the United Nations job was not.
Anyway, Trump immediately starts talking about people who is not clear entirely who he's talking about, but very vaguely talking about some governor, but the governor of Maine is a woman, so I don't know. It's not clear what he meant by that. He was thinking of a different state. But suggesting that he had some idea in mind. Now, I don't know if the idea in mind that he had was this woman, but... Oh, wait, I'm sorry. What am I talking about? I'm thinking of Maine. I'm still thinking of Maine. No, the governor's not a woman. The governor's a man. No. Actually, no, now I remember what he's talking about. I was still thinking about the state of Maine and thinking about like Janet Mills right now. Oh my God, my brain is broken. This is South Carolina. This is clearly South Carolina, and I'm an idiot. Clearly South Carolina, and I am a moron.
You're a moron. I made a huge, tiny mistake.
It just like it came to me as I was saying the words. I was like, wait, no. Everything I've just said is wrong. Where are we in this list? Right, Kristen. Thank you, Kristen. NBC News. Now let's move on to the woman. I wonder if this was the woman he had in mind to become the senator of. It sounded like he had a man in mind. Am I wrong? Because that's the vibe I got from what he was saying. I could be wrong, but the governor of South Carolina swore in the sister of Lindsey Graham, Darlene Graham. Woman I've never heard of before. I assumed he was the last in the line of Grahams. But no. Another Graham now in power. Here is that clip. This historic moment.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend?
I'm just realizing that's clearly Senator from Iowa, Chuck Grassley, not the governor. Is that the governor? I actually don't know. Is that McMaster? I don't think that is McMaster. Who is this chump?
The Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter. So help you God.
I do.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
God bless you.
God bless you. Good job. Good job getting getting the narcissism nomination. Good job. She did nothing. She just existed. She's just blood related. This is a dynasty. She's just blood related. The fucking why is he hugging her? Did you notice that this guy's hugging her? Maybe is that her husband or something? Who is this guy? They seem very comfortable. But good job, really, Chuck. What did she do? She didn't win an election. What did she do? She fell into this. She was handed this job as if she's the assumed next in line as the kin of Lindsey, the late Lindsey Graham. We have a real problem, people. Do you hear that? Did you hear that sentence?
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
All right, let's hear what Darlene had to say in her first public announcement after her ridiculous appointment to the Senate.
Thank you, Governor, and just bear with me as I try to get through this. But first, I just want to say one thing I've never heard Lindsey described as is irresistible. So, okay, we'll just start with that. But first, I would like to thank everyone
That's
who has
McMaster.
called and reached out
That
over
must
the
be her
past couple of days. I can't.
Yeah, that's Governor McMaster. I think this is her husband. I could be wrong. Anyways, there you go. She's going to bring some comedy to this thing.
Tell you how much it's meant to me and our family. I know Lindsey was loved and respected by many, and I greatly appreciate the memories and even the funny stories that have been shared. These shared experiences, along with our faith, have gotten us through these past 2 very difficult days. Next, I want to thank the governor for selecting me to serve the remainder of Lindsey's term. It is such an honor. Lindsey has always been there for me, and now I will be there for him. My brother was the most amazing person, outstanding leader, and just a genuinely good man.
Well, I think that probably gives you a sense. Darlene's going to carry the torch, the Lindsey Graham torch of hate.
Holy Toledo.
I know it's shocking to everybody. But that's basically what she said. I'm not going to listen to this whole thing. I can't remember where it is in this fucking speech. But she almost literally says the sentence, I'm going to carry the torch. I think she said, I literally think, I'm going to check the very end of this. I think she says it at the very end. Well, listen to the last 10 seconds or something here.
But I'm going to do this. I got it. Thank you.
Wait, hold on.
Now to Lindsey, I miss you more than I can even put into words. But I'm going to do this. I got it. Thank you.
I'm going to do this. I got it. And she didn't quite say I'm going to carry the torch, but she might as well have, right? Like this is what it sounds like. Lindsey, if you can hear me, I'm going to do it. I've got it. I'm going to do all the terrible things. She almost sounds like Lindsey Graham. I'm going to do it, Lindsey. Don't worry. I've got it. You know who you could vote for in November's general in South Carolina? Get rid of this dynasty that you seem to have here. Dr. Annie Entris. She won her primary in the, what was it, 2 months ago?
My name is Dr.
Last
Annie
month.
Andrews, and for almost 2 decades, I've been a pediatrician in South Carolina. Parents trust me to treat their kids for just about everything you can imagine. This is an x-ray of a kid with measles pneumonia, a condition easily prevented by vaccines. This is a kid with cancer, one of the diseases the NIH doesn't have the funding to study anymore. And this is a kid who's been shot, which despite being the #1 cause of death for children in America, is no longer classified as a public health crisis. And this kid, and there's really no other way to say this, is quite literally full of And this is an adult who is also completely and unequivocally full of
Toilet. You know how you make America great again? Tell Donald Trump to go to hell. I like the president. I want to help him. I hope he's successful. You know what concerns me about the American press is this endless attempt to label the guy as some kind of kook. I think he's a kook. He's not fit to be president.
It's embarrassing, and South Carolina deserves better. So today, I'm announcing that I'm running for the United States Senate to replace Lindsey Graham.
There you go. So now it's going to be Darlene Graham. But apparently Darlene's going to be carrying the torch. Unless, see, now what I've been saying about this election, I think they're going to try to run whoever they, what do you call it? Install, right? Like they installed somebody. I think it'd be weird to pivot to a different candidate. It would show weakness. You know, just a few months left in the general. I don't know what the rules are on this, but they got to put somebody on the ballot. Can't be Lindsey Graham anymore. I think Dr. Annie would be a good choice. And she's running a good campaign. I mean, she won her primary. Good enough to win that primary. Let's see. By the way, speaking of elections, I'm still compiling my list for the rest of the elections between now and September. I see some people working hard, at least one person working hard, helping out in, is it Wisconsin? Yeah, somebody's been, I keep forgetting who this is. Tony, maybe? Somebody's been putting in some serious work over here, even getting treasurer and AG and races like that. I really appreciate that. I'm still gonna have to kind of double check all of it, but this really helps, like big time. But I have been slowly getting through it. We already talked about Missouri. We already talked about Michigan and was it Kansas? Those 3 states, first week of August. Arizona as well. That's next week on next Tuesday. But then there is Washington and Virginia as well in the first week of August. I got a little caught up on those two because Washington, I started with Washington. Halfway through it realized, well, not quite half, but some portion of the way through it realized that I had a completely different situation in my hands. Another California, they also have a nonpartisan primary, or as is often called a jungle primary. All 3 options, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, on the same ballot, ranked choice too. So I'm I'm trying to navigate that system now that I know that. I at least have my first candidates, but I'm going to try and release like a multi-candidate per district list. You might be thinking to yourself, why would you do that? It's a lot of extra work. Because I don't know, because I know that has bearing. That's why. Because I know that ranked choice has bearing. Write that down. Never forget. It's a two-sided coin. It can be good. It can be bad. It can be a blessing. And it can be a curse. But suffice to say, I'm trying to finish up all of that here in the near future. I'm sorry, I don't have more today. I think I was saying I would by now. I feel like I let you all down. That's what I'm trying to say to you right now. I'm sorry.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Constipation is awful. It's true. That's true, and nobody likes that. Although right now, nobody's struggling with constipation. Well, maybe some people are, but it's a different situation. What just happened to my mouse? There it is. Well, there's a different situation people have been struggling with. It's perfect. This is a perfect segue, by the way. We are literally about to talk about the parasite, which is causing diarrhea in now 30 states. Honestly, this one is now got me. Like, I started off just trying not to let this like be a big deal to me for like, I don't know, like a week. I think that's around the time I first heard about any inkling of any of this, and now I'm at like 5. I don't know if it's 5 alarm fire, but we're at least like it's like 4. It's like a 3 or a 4. It's at least like a 3 or a 4. I wish thumbnails could be bigger, because this shit is insane. I've only got one clip on it, which is why I didn't put it up there. I don't even know what to do. Like, something is going on here, and we do not have the necessary apparatus set up any longer to deal with it. All thanks to Doge and Donald Trump.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
More cases of a gut-wrenching illness that is caused by a parasite that may be found in raw vegetables and fruit. There's a lot of uncertainty around that. That's why I say may. There are new numbers that have just been released, and they show that there are now more than 3,000 cases in Michigan and Ohio, which are the hardest hit states, most of them in Michigan. We have CNN health reporter Jacqueline Howard joining us on this. Jacqueline, this story just really seems to balloon here. Tell us more about the people who have gotten sick and some of the uncertainty around all of this.
That's right, Brianna. We're seeing more and more cases emerge. And what we know about the people who've gotten sick, some of them have been hospitalized. When you look at Michigan alone, where there are now more than 2,600 cases that have been reported, 44 of them have been hospitalized. And when you look across the country, there have been dozens more hospitalizations as well. In total, Brianna, 31 states across the country have reported cases, but not all of those cases that we know so far are connected. These cases are still under investigation, and currently the only cluster of cases that has been described as an outbreak are those cases in Michigan as well as some in Ohio. And the
Oh, that gives me great, what's it called? Relief. Great. I can't even think of the word relief. Oh my God, I'm sweating right now. Jesus Christ. This is bad. We talked about this one time so far in the last week. I'm growing so concerned about this. Every time I think about RFK Jr. being the one in charge of figuring out what to do with our food system, the same guy who gave himself a brain worm by eating roadkill, Does anybody feel safe? You shouldn't. You shouldn't. You really shouldn't. Like I can't. Like I can't. I cannot. Oh God. Cannot urge that enough because like this, RFK has no training in any of this stuff. The people he's putting in charge of all of the things, and or that Trump has been putting in charge of these things, do not have experience in any of the things they're getting involved in. USDA apparatus basically completely dismantled. We now have a CDC run by a TV doctor and an HHS run by, like I just said, a dude who gave himself a brain worm by eating roadkill, who bathed with his grandchildren in poop water. That will come up in a second.
Why it's really difficult, Brianna, to pinpoint, okay, what's the original source of this outbreak or of these clusters is because once someone becomes infected, it can take anywhere from 2 days to 2 weeks for symptoms to emerge. So health officials, especially those in Michigan, are really scrambling to identify the source of these cases and the symptoms that cyclospora infections, which is called cyclosporiasis, the symptoms of this illness include watery diarrhea. In some cases, it's described as explosive diarrhea, Brianna, as well as loss of appetite, cramping, bloating, nausea, fatigue. These symptoms can lead to dehydration, and for some patients, it's dehydration that has led to them being hospitalized.
Wow, pooping so much you run out of water. That sounds horrifying. But wait for it, there's more.
So it's really important, Brianna, to be mindful of how you can even become infected. A lot of infections sometimes are tied to contaminated fresh produce or contaminated water, like from water parks, or if you're eating fresh produce. So it's really important to wash your fruits and vegetables because this illness can be miserable. I'm telling you, Brianna, a lot of people want to avoid this altogether.
Okay, so talk to us about washing fruits and vegetables, because the pictures that we're looking at here, I think, is how a lot of people do it. They run their fruit or vegetable underneath a stream of water. Maybe they're trying to make sure they clean the surface of it. I mean, is that enough? Is there a soap? Do they need to use some kind of additive in the water? What can we do?
Yeah, so water is better than nothing, but to really be more effective with cleaning your fruits and vegetables, you can add a little bit of vinegar to create a vinegar rinse. So what you want to do, mix 1 part vinegar with 3 parts water in a large bowl.
Okay, so yeah, there's a couple things you can do, but cooking your food is the safest way to get things clean. But yes, vinegar soaking will supposedly help with this, but the source of this stuff, if you didn't quite pick up on it, maybe I missed it. Maybe it's in a different description here. Hold on. It's poop water. The source of this bacteria, cyclosporiasis, is poop water. Or just poop. Poop or poop water. Pick one. Pick your poop.
Hassan Parker?
No, not Hassan Parker. Poop.
Poop.
Toilet. So the guy who bathes in poop water and eats roadkill is in charge of our HHS and health apparatus. And now all of a sudden, within a year, we got poop water-borne illnesses. Lowercase, thank you for the sunglasses, and thank you both for the hydration. I need to get more hydration. I am blasting through tea right now. I'm so hot. Speaking of which, if you want to help Space Fams out, you know, your pal StreamLord, You could buy me tea on throne. You could do it. That always helps out. Eventually, it arrives at my door for no more. In fact, in some cases, less expensive than what I pay for it in the stores. Down on Earth, then I can bring it up here to the space station. I teleport. Okay, the Thirst Mutilator. No, I can't afford Brondo. Okay. So we got a government that's literally dying. Collaborating, funding, and or helping ICE terrorize our streets. Incapable of protecting us from outbreaks of potentially deadly illnesses. It's got electrolytes. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, I do know Brondo's got electrolytes. We really are living in I'm not accusing any of you of this, but we really are living in idiocracy. Like we've been people have been saying it. I've said it. I feel like almost every chatter on the planet said it at this point. Every single person must be at least feeling it to some degree. Because like I am feeling it every day. And little reminders like that, just random Brondo references. But seriously, it's hot. It's very hot. Okay. What else has the government been up to? Oh, that's right. Not releasing the files.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Honestly, we've been barely talking about Jeffrey Epstein. Not nearly enough in my estimation. Falling out of the eye of the media. The government saying there's no investigations needed here. After a completely botched release of files. Epstein survivors released a PSA asking for the government to do something about Todd Blanche, who still technically has to be confirmed. I keep forgetting that he's just an acting attorney general. I don't think that the Senate has not yet confirmed him. We've been oh shit, what just happened to my, oh my god. Why have you forsaken me? Oh, and my batteries died. Okay, I'll be right back. You listen to this clip from NBC News from yesterday.
To an NBC News exclusive now, and survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse revealing a new push and pushback against the president's pick to be the next attorney general, Todd Blanche, ahead of his confirmation hearing this week. President Trump, about a month ago, picked his former personal lawyer for that job after ousting the ex-AG, Pam Bondi, partly because of his frustration with how she handled the Epstein files. But look at this. You see here billboards popping up in states like North Carolina, Texas, Louisiana, targeting retiring Republican senators by urging them not to back Blanche. And now, a new emotional PSA airing for the first time ever right here on HJN, with several survivors making their case directly. We'll play it for you here in full.
My name was released. My phone number was released. Where I went to school. Where I live. My students can now search me and read about my abuse. I am an Epstein survivor. I am an Epstein survivor. I am an Epstein survivor. we were exposed. Nude pictures of victims were released. Our family's safety was put at risk.
Now, Todd Blanche wants to be the Attorney General of the United States.
Todd Blanche had a duty to protect us. Instead, he protected the people who committed crimes against us. 30 years, 1,200 victims, and 6 million files. A mountain of evidence. But Todd Blanche says there are no investigative leads. Todd Blanche failed us. He failed victims everywhere. We deserve better. Our country deserves better. Vote no on Todd Blanche for Attorney General. Vote no. 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 Vote no on Todd Blanche for Attorney General.
That new PSA there, you saw both Liz Stein and...
Yes, indeed. Vote no on Todd Blanche. I didn't even realize until I saw this PSA that we had the opportunity to prevent that fucking clown from taking that. He's just been like acting for how many months now? Isn't there's a time limit on this, isn't there? There's like a clock. There's a clock on this thing. He can't just be acting Attorney General forever.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Harrison, both in it. Both are survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse. They are joining us here on set in Washington. Thank you both so much for being here and for taking the time out of what I know will be a busy week for both of you. Liz, so glad to have you back on. Talk me through this push now, the concerns that you have about the nomination of Todd Blanche to be the Attorney General and what you want to see this week.
Well, I think that we have a lot of things that are concerning us about Todd Blanche's nomination. I think that it's important, something that I like to bring people's attention to a lot is that there has been so much political emotion infused into this case that I think that we have lost sight of what we're looking at. We are victims of a crime, and Todd Blanche is looking to be confirmed to be the top lawmaker in our country. Law enforcement agent in our country. And that's beyond concerning to us because of the way that these files have been handled over the past year. I think that what we saw in the release, and I'm going to say partial release of the files because there are still 2.5 million files that have not been released to the public, but we have seen over and over again where victims' names and personal identifying information has been exposed, yet perpetrators' names and information has been redacted. And that was not a provision of the Epstein Files Transparency Act. I think that Todd Blanche and the Department of Justice.
Exactly. It's not just Todd Blanche. You can't forget that Pam Bondi is also culpable. The files were on her desk. She said it herself. Like a year ago, more than a year ago, they were all of the files, all 6 million files. They were on her desk. She was going through them. She wanted to release them super bad. Then we only got half released, half-assed, redactions that protected the perpetrators and exposed the victims. It's a fucking travesty of justice. Skipping a little bit ahead in this clip.
The women that Liz is referring to, you never intended to be public. I don't think you ever intended to be sitting here today, telling your story, talking about your story. But the file release, the release of the Epstein document.
And this is an important point to be made because some people, while some people were public, some people were private. Some people didn't want to be, they just wanted to live normal lives. They didn't want to be defined by their victimhood or their experience, the traumatizing experience, right? And they wanted to be able to go on in their lives without going into a job interview and having this come up when their name gets Googled or whatever fucking else, right? Like without having to, having like an ex or not an ex or like even like a current, like, right? Like anybody, right? that you don't want, that you may not have wanted this information to be known to, and it's just a completely what's the word? It's like it's just a stripping of all like privacy. I can't think of the fucking word that I want to use here. Oh, it's very frustrating. But it's just it's like it's wrong. It's like dehumanizing, right? Like people were expecting one thing, and then they had their entire life just sort of, thrust into the public eye.
Has something to do with that, right? Explain that.
Yeah, I never wanted to go public. I didn't want my face out there. I was ashamed to be a part of this, as I think a lot of us have felt. And I felt like after reading my name so many times, when the DOJ files released it, it was beyond devastating for me. And I felt the only way for me to regain some of my strength was doing interviews and coming out. But I feel like it was just something else. It wasn't really my choice. I didn't get to do it in the timing I wanted to do it. I feel more forced than anything to come out.
And I know it's emotional for you now. You really haven't done many.
It's completely fucking unfair. Like I said, it's a travesty of fucking justice. And like they said in that PSA, we cannot allow anybody. In fact, it shouldn't just be a call to not appoint officially Todd Blanche to his job he's currently acting in. We need to get accountability from, like I said, Pam Bondi, and don't forget Kash Patel, and another guy who exited suddenly, Dan Bongino. Right? We can't forget that there's two very high-level officials that just sort of disappeared. Right? They're not in they're not in their jobs anymore, but they were there throughout this whole thing. And they could answer, I'm sure, some questions that we all have about how this was handled. And why the decisions that were made. What were the decisions that were made? It's been a very opaque process by which they have operated under, one that has been damaging and problematic to the victims, the process. Complete fucking clown show. Cash is on the case. Exactly. And meanwhile, he's spending millions flying around on the government private plane, the G6, going to hockey games, snorkeling at historical monuments, war monuments. Going to his girlfriend's concerts at baseball games. They don't have time to do their jobs correctly and not jeopardize the victims. Oh, it's frustrating, I think, to a lot of people. It's like they're not doing their jobs. It's like we're giving we're paying taxes, right? Follow me? It's like we're paying taxes, and they're taking those tax dollars. They're enriching themselves. They're going on vacation, and then they're either terrorizing us with those tax dollars, or they're completely just failing to do any of their actual jobs, right? Like, it's just like a myriad of horrible.
Toilets.
Toilet. That's what I meant. Myriad of toilet.
We sit here in Washington where, we can see the Capitol from our set, the place where Todd Blanche will go through that confirmation hearing later this week. You've got to change the minds of at least 3 Republicans to be able to do what you are seeking to do and block his confirmation. Those billboards that we showed targeted 3 senators who have in some way beefed with the president, but they have also already voted once to confirm Blanche for a different position. Liz, I'll ask you, what is giving you hope? Do you have hope that an outcome could be different this time, or do you believe that that Blanche will make his way to a confirmation here?
I certainly hope that he will not make his way to the confirmation hearing. I hope that the American public really understands what the issues are as far as Todd Blanche's competency to hold this job. I think that we're looking at those 3 potential senators that could flip. We've done a lot of lobbying. And we've met with a lot of lawmakers.
Behind the scenes, no cameras,
Behind the scenes. To tell them our stories, to give them information.
Yeah, and it's this that I think we have to, it's like at this moment, we have to remind ourselves that there are some people that like claim to be on the sides of these victims here, and then abandon them. MTG comes to mind, right? Like, rather, these women are talking about their experiences going to lawmakers. There's a lot of effort, right? Like, they are going out, they are spending time out of their day to try and advocate for themselves and other victims. And she claimed to care about the victims, claimed to care about the Epstein files, and then left. Right? And like, we need people in here who actually want like accountability. Not just on this, but a number of things, but certainly this. We have a law that got passed. It's about time we got the files. And I just thought that, you know, like, this is an important like moment to take in, that they are out here. They're doing a PSA. They're going on, like, the victims are going on. They think that they're being sidelined, and to some degree, that's fair because the government's certainly not talking about them. The government's washing its hands of any sort of investigations. If I'm not mistaken, at some point, one of them says, and I can't remember where it is in here, but one of them says that they want investigations into the co-conspirators, ones who were protected, as well as investigations to why they were protected. Both seem fairly relevant to me. In fact, those are some of the most relevant. Aside from why the victims weren't protected, why was the reverse granted to the people who did the crimes, allegedly? It's just, it's disturbing. Now, it would be easier to get answers, maybe action, accountability, any of these sorts of things, if we had the right sort of leadership, representation, government. Elections, of course. Still happening, primaries around the country, with generals coming up in just a few short months. To start the week off, the Department of Justice started sending threatening letters to state elections officials.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Here's NBC from 2 days ago.
This next story is so important. Pay attention. The president has no operational role, none, in administering elections. The Constitution of the United States is very clear on that. Article 1, Section 4, the Elections Clause, assigns the states authority over, quote, time, places, and manner of federal elections, subject to congressional regulation. The executive branch notably does not appear in that structure at all. The old separation of powers that our forefathers had in mind. And yet, one of the defining features of Donald Trump's second term has been putting his thumb on America's election system, a system the Constitution deliberately leaves largely to the states. His attacks on our elections are not confined to campaign rallies or press conferences anymore. They're now playing out through the machinery of government, through federal demands for state voter data, through aggressive lawsuits, through legislation aimed at reshaping who actually gets to vote, and direct federal involvement, direct with local election offices. This week, the White House and their voter suppression and election interference agenda escalated when the Justice Department sent letters warning election officials in all 50 states and the District of Columbia that they could face criminal prosecution if non-citizens cast ballots that are counted in elections. This is according to one of the letters sent to a state and reviewed by MS Now. The letters give states just 5 days to demonstrate they are complying with federal voter eligibility laws. Here's the deal.
These aren't federal laws. These are federal decrees. Trump declarations from the gilded, the Oval Office that they are trying to enforce unilaterally unstates in complete contradiction to the Constitution, like Sabrov is saying here. God damn it. You know, like, this shit is fucking crazy. But he has his own DOJ going after states, threatening them with what I don't even know. Elections officials left, you know, in a very uncomfortable situation. And hopefully nobody complies. But they are trying to suppress the vote here. And it's very, very concerning. Oh, it's absolutely a clown show. No, it's completely a clown show. Nothing that they're doing is lawful. They just assume the voters, their base, are so stupid and or insane that they support it. And or just like let it go by the wayside, no big deal. You know, maybe that they're all so deluded with like election lies that they'll believe this nonsense. Or that they're so disengaged or whatever else, so cultish. Any number of possible options, I suppose. That they just let this go by the wayside. For more on Trump's attacks on the midterms, let's go here to Ari Berman on Democracy Now! From earlier today. On Trump's midterm election plan.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. President Trump's Department of Justice continues to investigate the 2020 election results in Fulton County, Georgia. A state President Trump repeatedly falsely claims he won in 2020.
By the way, I gotta remind everybody before we go any further, we are in serious... We're in the final countdown here right now, people. 3.5 hours into the stream. Galactic content goal we are way behind on right now. Only seen a few hundred bits donated on Twitch. No donos on Cash App. No donos on PayPal. No new Patreon memberships. These are, of course, all the ways you could be contributing. But we still got like a half an hour left. Till 4 hours is up.
Now CBS News is reporting the FBI fired 2 of its officials after they voiced concerns over the probe, claiming it was politically motivated. Their firings come months after the FBI raided an election office in Georgia's Fulton County, seizing computers and ballots related to the 2020 election. Last week, a federal judge in Atlanta quashed a DOJ subpoena seeking the names and personal information of Fulton County's 2020 election workers. Meanwhile, President Trump has forced out the last remaining members of the Election Assistance Commission, a bipartisan independent agency tasked with certifying voting systems and helping local election officials. The White House fired the Democratic commissioners, Thomas Hicks and Benjamin Hovland, and a third commissioner, Republican Christy McCormick, was given the chance to resign, which she did. The committee's remaining member, Republican Donald Palmer, stepped down in April to join the Heritage Foundation. Trump's dismantling of the Election Assistance Commission comes less than 4 months before midterm elections, following last month's Supreme Court ruling granting the president more power to fire members of independent agencies. For more on all of this, or as much as we can do in the next few minutes, we're joined by Ari Berman, the national voting rights correspondent for Mother Jones. Thanks so much for being with us, Ari. Start off by talking about the judge quashing the request for information of Fulton County election workers, and then going on to the primetime address President Trump's expected to give on Thursday night.
Hi, Amy. Well, thank you for having me back on the show. So what happened in Fulton County, Georgia, was the Justice Department was trying to get access to the personal information of thousands of election workers from the 2020 election. And the judge said you can't have that personal information. And also you can't bring charges against them because it's too late. It's been now 6 years since that election. But the disturbing thing here is that Georgia is just a microcosm of what they're planning to do to interfere in the midterms. The raid on Fulton County, Georgia, the taking of 700 boxes of ballots, that is a preview of the type of suppression and intimidation the Trump administration wants to do everywhere.
This is like got vaguely like coup d'etat vibes. They're threatening to send ICE to fucking polling locations, right? The voting sites, and sending the FBI. Now they're gonna send the FBI to every election office that doesn't comply with this fucking letter. It's insane. This shit is fucking crazy.
In 2026, and we're seeing this with the primetime address the president is planning to give. He's going to lie and say there was rampant fraud and foreign interference in the 2020 election so that he can then say we have to seize voting machines. We have to stop mail voting. We have to do all the things that he tried to do in 2020 but was unsuccessful. And the bottom line here is they keep lying about the 2020 election so that they can justify massive interference in the 2026 election. It really is that simple. You put all the different moves of the administration together. That is the underlying goal, to build a narrative that will justify some kind of unprecedented intervention in the midterms to challenge how people vote, how votes are counted, and how elections are certified.
Now, Ari, you've been
This is what really worries me, right? They are doing the very thing that both JFK and eventually MLK reiterated in his own way, but if you do not allow for peaceful transfer of power, you make inevitable less palatable power changes, right? Like, and they are doing everything that they can to seize power and hold on to whatever power that they have right now, and it is fucking disturbing. Whether it's the fucking the redistricting efforts, the mid-decade redistricting efforts that have now happened all over the place in this country, or any of this stuff that we're talking about here. I mean, it's insane. And honestly, the threats of ICE are maybe one of the... It's hard for me to say which one of these things is the most unconstitutional, but having armed people at polling locations, another completely illegal thing, right? And there's not supposed to be any federal interference. And that's clearly federal interference, right? ICE is a federal fucking agency.
Ari, you've been covering election news for years now. You're one of the top experts in the country on it. Have we ever seen any attempt by a federal government to actually squash free and fair elections like we're seeing now? And to what degree do you fear that Trump could be successful?
No, Juan. I think it's completely unprecedented what the Trump administration is trying to do. We've never seen the full weight of the federal government mobilized in such a way to try and interfere in free and fair elections and to try to undermine elections in so many different ways, from how people vote to how elections are administered to how elections are ultimately certified here. Now, I do think the problem that the president has is that the Constitution is very clear that states with oversight from Congress run their elections, and the president has very little role in doing that. And so time and time again, what Trump wants to do is blocked in court.
Exactly. All this is unlawful. And what states need to do is, just like Ari is basically saying here, is just they hunker down and say, force us to in a court of law. Because this is completely criminal.
Violent crime.
You know, this is why we need, I mean, we need good leaders in office right now. So we need to be able to count on our freaking representation. Because, of course, red states are already complying. Almost all red states have been complying. Some have not, I don't think, yet, but most are doing it. I think the holdouts are like purplish states, if I'm not mistaken. It's not a long list. More on the free and fair elections.
Primetime presidential speeches typically are rare, and until last hour, we didn't know much about what the president has in store for Thursday night, but he gave us a preview.
It's really big news. It's really, really big news. And our country has to shape up. But that's what we're going to be talking about Thursday is it doesn't get bigger. Because without free and fair elections, you don't have a country. We'll be discussing other things too, but it's going to be a very big announcement. Yeah.
We're joined now by Jonathan Swan. He's a White House reporter for the New York Times, also the co-author of the bestseller Regime Change: Inside the Imperial Presidency of Donald Trump. Jonathan, great to see you. Thanks so much for joining us. What are you hearing about why the president wants to dedicate a primetime speech to this issue of election security?
Well, I should say I haven't seen a draft of the speech, and I make a practice of not trying to forecast Donald Trump's speeches. But he has been obsessed with relitigating the 2020 election, and he's been pushing his team to try to come up with evidence that the 2020 election was stolen. This was a big part of Tulsi Gabbard's efforts when she was Director of National Intelligence. Bill Pulte, who's currently there, is involved, and others are as well. So, look, I haven't seen the intelligence or whatever he claims to have, but I wouldn't be surprised if you see them try to build or try to make a case that there was foreign interference in 2020, and for Trump to try to use that as for him to make the case that the election was stolen.
This shit is fucking deranged. What does it matter? This is what is so fucking disturbing about this. Because the only reason it could possibly matter to anyone, like to any president who's now in their second term, is if they Trump. The only thing I can come to is that Trump thinks that this gives him license to sit another term. You know what I'll do? I've decided, I've come up with an elegant solution and compromise, if you will. Look at me compromising.
Aren't I a good guy?
I say, if Trump is willing to step down as president right now, I'll give him a whole full term in 6 years, right? 1.5 cycles. In 2032, instead of an election, we'll just let him come back. Okay? All right? Everybody get on board with this. I need everybody on board with this. Shh. Pretend like it's fine. It's fine. Look. Listen, look. All right, he's probably not listening, but I guess my point is like, and of course this is never gonna happen. But it would be beautiful if we could somehow trick him into doing that. Like, okay, sir, yeah, great, do that in like 6 to 10 years from now, and then, you know, probably won't have to worry about that anyway, right? Considering his advanced age. Oh, we got some sort of lunatic spamming chat. Not a good idea. Immediate timeout. Immediate timeout.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner, everybody's saying it. Okay? You come in here, you start spamming. It's my chat. Right? Not yours. It's very rude.
How rude.
Not for you, okay? This isn't about you, okay? It's about me. It was Peter Jennings. Wait, was it Peter Jennings? Wait. It's Peter Jennings? Oh, Peter. You know what? I'm going to untime you out. I take it back, Peter. You know what? Hold on. I'm going to time you out again, but for a really short time. So actually, I take it back. Maybe I'm going to give you a better. I'm going to give you a chance. Just don't spam and don't be stupid. All right? Don't get crazy. We don't need that. Wait, who's Peter Jennings? Is Scott Jennings have a brother named Peter Jennings? Oh, and now we got another spammer. Look at that. Look at that. Things are getting out of hand. The alt accounts are coming. I need mods. Who wants to bop trolls right now? I can't do both of these things. Let's go here to let's go here. Talk a little bit more about the election laws. Because in Wisconsin, election commissioners are referring complaints, which takes it to another level of severity. Oh, and Scott Jennings is the CNN guy. Peter Jennings, I have no idea who that is. Good God. How many alts do you have? This is fascinating. Wisconsin election commissioners have referred complaints for an investigation into Elon Musk potentially having violated the state's bribery laws.
Illegal. Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
And around the nation are anticipating your big announcement on Thursday night regarding election machines and integrity. Can you give us sort of a sneak peek about what to expect and tell the audience?
Well, I'd rather save it. It will concern that subject, and we'll have a couple of other things to
Why
say
should people
also.
watch, though?
But I'd rather save it, but it's really big news. It's really, really big news. And our country has to shape up. But that's what we're going to be talking about Thursday is it doesn't get bigger, because without free and fair elections, you don't have a country. We'll be discussing other things too, but it's going to be a very big announcement. Yeah.
Oh, wait, did I click the wrong clip? That was already in the CNN video. What did I just do?
Also breaking at this hour,
there
the
it
Wisconsin Elections Commission refers two complaints to the...
Jesus Christ. I am fucking up. The trolls are throwing me off right now. I'm not going to lie. They're throwing my timing off.
Also breaking at this hour, the Wisconsin Elections Commission refers two complaints to the Brown County District Attorney accusing Elon Musk of violating state law. The bipartisan commission voted 5-1, finding probable cause that Musk violated the state's election bribery law ahead of the 2025 state Supreme Court race. Musk touted on social media and eventually handed out two $1 million checks ahead of the election during an event in Green Bay. A charging decision is now in the hands of the Brown County District Attorney. He has not responded to 12 News' request for a comment on this story.
Of course he doesn't have a comment for this story. Yeah. So apparently handing out $1 million checks to get people to vote might be a crime in the state of Wisconsin. Shock of shocks.
Illegal.
Right to jail, right away.
Speaking of elections, we not only need free and fair ones, we also need an adequate and strong media, independent and otherwise. Next 9 News here with a report, which I found refreshing. Colorado's elections. And I actually might get on board with this one too.
The best known name in Colorado politics, John Hickenlooper, has been reelected to the U.S. Senate by less than 6 percentage points. His progressive challenger, State Senator Julie Gonzalez, cut his lead significantly as all the late ballots were counted. That race turned out to be far more competitive than I ever expected, which means that it deserved far more coverage than I gave it. You deserved better. Both Hick and Gonzalez came on this program for in-depth, pretty challenging interviews, but I basically left it at that. Had I realized that this race was so competitive, I would have tried to organize a debate. There was no debate in that race. And I would have spent more time covering their policy differences rather than focusing so much on other races. So how did I get it so wrong? I knew that there was strong anger against incumbents and inaction, but I expected Hickenlooper's decades of experience and his relative goodwill among Democrats to give him more of a cushion. I underestimated the ability for Gonzalez to put together a strong ground game without a whole lot of fundraising. I don't focus on this race or that race as a means of predicting the outcome or influencing how it turns out. I focus on certain races because your time and resources are not infinite, and nor are mine. But supporters of both Gonzalez and Hickenlooper would have been better served to know that this race was close. I missed on this one, badly. So each election season, our assumptions are based in part on what has happened in the past.
Okay, that's all I really need from this clip. Wait, did anybody... Oh, shit. The Vertical didn't see that. Sorry, Vertical. Sorry, Vertical. That's my bad. Anyways, I just want to say I found that refreshing, but I want to get on top of it. Like, I'm with him on every single thing he said up until just now, aside from one thing, of course. I do have outcomes, and I too want to apologize for not having pushed Julie Gonzalez hard enough. She was one of the people on our list, but we just really didn't talk about her enough. And I didn't know how close it was, and that she could have been pushed over the line potentially by not much. This is the results, 5.6% between her and Hickenlooper in a statewide race, 50,000 votes out of 1 million votes cast. Oh, that's rough. That's rough. I feel shit about this, but it was nice to hear somebody in the mainstream media, although he's a local news media source. Like, even like for local news, be like, you know what? We should have done better. It's like, yeah, good job. You're right. You should have. Do better in the future. How about that? It's a lame apology. I mean, yeah, it's lame. Don't get me wrong. But, like, we have a media. Like, here's why I'm over here glazing this milquetoast apology, because I'm so sick of the media just going hands off on all of this shit. We have no coverage on any of the primaries, not just simple listing. I would accept CNN posting 30-second short clips of all of the candidates' names with fucking what's the name of the fucking, what is that annoying ass music with the saxophones? Like, I don't, like, you know what I mean? Like they could play clown music in the background. I don't care how serious they take it. Just at least acknowledge that they're happening. Like, do you all remember? I don't know who was here for that, but like the very early on days of the primaries, I think it was like Ohio's primaries. And at the end of one of these races, like, one of these pundits was like, well, now the primaries are mostly done. Back then, like 2 months ago when the primaries were first started, CNN was pretending like they were almost already all over. Like, they seem to be intentionally ignoring it, and that's what pisses me off. At least recognizing it is more than we get from practically anyone after the fact or before the fact, right? What we need, though, is, of course, action ahead of time. And like I said, I would absolutely accept just the very bare minimum of coverage on these primaries from these big fucking major media outlets, any of them that aren't, you know? what's the word? Like the salacious or the hot, like the clickable, right? Like they're only the only primaries they're talking about are the ones that are like already in the public eye so much that they can't ignore it. And then they're doing everything they can to fight against leftist candidates, like the fucking DCC or something like that. It's out of control. Okay, I just need the media engaged or like functional at all. Speaking of the media, Donald Trump is waging a war against them. Take a quick tangent here. Go off the beaten path. We'll go maybe going back to talking about elections in a second, but we need the media. We need the independent media, and like I say, we do in fact need the engagement of the mainstream media to some degree. Independent media just doesn't have the resources yet still. An organization, cameras, money. Can't do it all. Especially if you want to stay independent. Now, it's a little tough to stay independent when you have the federal government subpoenaing you for telling the truth. And unfortunately, that's exactly what Donald Trump is doing to... Who was it? The New York Times? I can't remember who it was. Donald Trump... Somebody reported this story. We talked about it too, about the jet, the Qatari jet not being safe enough, and that being the reason why he switched. And now he's upset, and the DOJ is being wielded once again towards his perceived enemies.
This is the very definition of...
So Trump has now escalated his war on free speech in this country and his war on the press in this country to nuclear status. Take a look at this from the New York Times. They say, Times journalists subpoenaed as Trump escalates pressure on media. The Justice Department is now seeking to compel testimony from reporters who wrote about the new Air Force One. The Times called the move a brazen act. So I saw people referring to this new, Qatari jet, $400 million Qatari jet that Trump took. They're calling it Air Fraud One, which I must say I do love. But I'm going to break this down for you in a second here. I'll show you what they say in the article. But the gist of it is, Trump is now subpoenaing New York Times journalists. He's issuing mass subpoenas to a bunch of New York Times journalists because the journalists were able to get their hand on information about the jet, and they reported it, right? When Trump was in Turkey, they were concerned that, Iran might attack our jet as we leave. So Trump had to leave like a different way or something like that. They reported on that, and now Trump is basically trying to fucking muzzle them and censor them and shut them the fuck up for doing their job. For reporting the truth. By the way, they're not even trying to say it's not true. They're just saying, we're going to subpoena you, and we want you to tell us your sources. Because God forbid anybody leak factual...
Yeah, and this is the repression of journalism. Right? Like, the whole thing is journalists are supposed to be able to keep their sources confidential without government pressure. And now the government is literally pressuring them to give up their sources because those sources embarrass the president. He wants to go after them. Is the only reason. He's been embarrassed. By the way, Omega Star, you've been made a mod on YouTube. I've been meaning to do it. I think somebody mentioned it to me earlier. I know you've been a Twitch mod forever. Might as well be both. Speaking of the media, we've been seeing serious consolidation, and there's another one heading down the pipeline at rapid speed. already approved by Trump and the FTC. I believe an initial plan's already been approved by the board, and it's just waiting some sort of finalization process. I think probably on price. Something like that. But 12 states are suing to block that merger between Paramount and Warner Brothers. That has been expected to happen any minute. I mean, we've been talking about CNN like they're already part of Paramount. Like Barry Mounds. I mean, they've been acting like Barry's in charge around there sometimes. Let's go here to KTLA 5. As California is one of the states, Rob Bonta, state AG, one of the AGs, suing to block this stupid anti-competitive nonsense.
States attorneys general, including California's Rob Bonta, are suing to block the Paramount Warner Brothers mega merger. And if allowed to proceed, the merger would be the largest in Hollywood history. And Bonta says it would inflict substantial harm on the industry and audiences alike.
Yeah, Mary Beth McDade is live at Paramount Studios here in Hollywood with more on the lawsuit and reaction from industry insiders.
Yeah, Rick and Cheryl, they say that this could create a monopoly, which would then violate antitrust laws. They also say that less content would be created and could cause a bloodbath in the entertainment industry when it comes to people losing their jobs.
I'm here to announce a lawsuit that I've filed and that a coalition of 12 states have filed.
Underneath the Hollywood sign, California's Attorney General Rob Bonta announced a 12-state lawsuit to block the Paramount Skydance Warner Brothers Discovery mega deal. If Paramount's $111 billion takeover.
This is ridiculous!
When you say all the names in a row, it really is fucking nonsense. We live in such a consolidated world. Paramount Skydance, Warner Brothers, what is it? I've already lost it again. There's too many names. What is it? Paramount Skydance, Warner Brothers Discovery? This is another reason for why we can't have nice things. Because we allow this nonsense. You can't believe he accepted that jet? I can. He's a sick man. He's a sick man. I can absolutely believe it because he's got a fucking problem.
You have a mental health problem.
Well, yeah, media under threat. Some people doing what they can to protect it. What are we protecting all this for? Perhaps the next generation. Well, the next generation is inspired by one candidate running in the elections in Michigan. A college kid from New Jersey who traveled halfway across the country to see Abdul speak.
How you doing? My name is James.
Hey, James.
I'm from the great state of New Jersey, so I flew all the way out here to ask you this question. I'm very excited.
Wait a second. Now there's the whole story. So what brings you to Michigan?
I'm a student out in D.C., and I'm excited to meet you. I have friends out here, and I'm just really passionate about this campaign. So.
Wait. You came all the way here to be a part of this campaign?
To meet you in person. I've seen you on social media so much.
Can we give a round of applause? James, thanks so much. James, it is wonderful to meet you. I am so grateful that you're a part of this. All right, what can I help with?
So I have a really important question. So I'm, as I mentioned, a student. I'm a young person, so I'm trying to get more involved in politics. And a lot of young people are feeling the cynicism. It seems like the system is not really working for the average Joe. It's not working, and it's really plaguing our average voter, I feel like. And I know I'm very excited and I'm so glad that you are standing up against corporate PAC money and Overtrained Citizens United. But it feels like the Senate, the Supreme Court, the House, it's quite corrupt. So I'm curious, what systemic change will you fight for, and what will you do to change the system?
You know, you're probably 20-something? Early 20-something? 19. This world is yours for the making. There are a lot of folks your age who wouldn't be caught dead at a political rally. And I understand the nihilism. Like, you just got to understand, for those of you who are older than James, if you're 19 years old, that means you were born in, what, 2007? That was the year I graduated college. Thank you for making me feel instantly way older.
I'm staying in the race.
But that means that you were born in a time when the iPhone was ubiquitous, when high-speed internet was everywhere. You were a year old when you or your family or a neighbor lost their home in the worst financial catastrophe in modern history. You were born into 2 wars. You watched Donald Trump descend that escalator when you were, what, 7? And he's been a fixture in our political reality since your childhood. And meanwhile, huge internet companies have figured out how to harvest your attention through your eyeballs and your eardrums your whole life. And your social experiences are halfway transacted through a screen because that's how they wanted it to be, because at least then they could serve you ads for shit you probably didn't need to buy. So to not be nihilistic is an act of hope. And I appreciate you doing that. But I also think there's some reality that we all have to check in ourselves, which is when you talk down to young people or you tell them what they really ought to do, when they don't see answers to the big questions they're asking in a movement, do not be surprised when they don't become part of that movement. It's just rational behavior. And to your point, when there's so much to be nihilistic about, a few tweaks around the edges aren't going to cut it, because the whole system feels broken. So there's a reason that my message isn't Medicare for all, money in your pocket, money out of politics. There's a reason I say money out of politics first. Because the central corrupting feature of our politics right now is the power of money to buy politicians so that government is captured by them, not for us.
Yep. Future's already bought out. And so we need to get new people in there. Like Abdul. Because America's future, like that young man, and all of our future, to some degree, is being bought out by corporations and billionaires. Middle class being bought out, hollowed out, turned into Airbnbs and whatever else. Things are tough. Now Abdul and Haley sat down, kind of, with CBS Detroit. Haley Stevens couldn't be bothered to show up for whatever reason. Scared, I guess.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Hi, and welcome to Michigan Matters. You don't need me to tell you we have a red-hot U.S. Senate race going on in our state. Today, we're going one-on-one with the 2 Democrats still in the race, Representative Haley Stevens and Abdul El-Sayed, who are facing each other in Michigan's August 4th primary. Plus, the roundtables waiting in the wings to talk about that race, the gubernatorial contest, and other things. If politics is your cup of tea, you've come to the right place. Let's get started.
From CBS Detroit, this is Michigan Matters with Carol Kane. Michigan Matters is brought to you in part by Cure Auto Insurance.
And we're joined by Abdul El-Sayed, who is a Democratic candidate for U.S. Senate, who hopes to win your vote in Michigan's August 4th primary. It's great to see you.
Honored to be here. Thank you.
It's been very busy since the last time I saw you up at Mackinac Island at the Chamber's Policy Conference.
Slightly different view, but yeah.
Well, this is an incredibly busy week for you. And let's talk about a couple things that happened this week. First of all, Mallory Memorial announced that she was suspending her race and pulling out. Were you surprised by her decision?
I mean, we were. She was running an extremely strong race. She looked like the candidate to beat just months before. I'll be honest with you, I don't spend as much time thinking about the horse race of it all, though. You know, there are a lot that she and I agreed on, some things that we disagreed on, but she made her case and fought a great campaign. I reached out to her. You know, I've been in the position where I've lost a primary before. I know how that feels. And so a lot of what we're doing right now is reaching out to the people who she inspired to show them that so much of what she and I agreed on is so much bigger than any of the things we disagreed on, and inviting them to join us.
And now that it's a two-horse race.
Abdul's running such a better campaign than Haley Stevens right now. The last time we checked, it was plus or minus 2.5 with them tied. Effectively tied. And here he is. He's in the studio. Where's Haley? Oh, she's zooming in from her living room. That's right.
Thank you. Well, the big news coming out was that State Representative Mallory McMurrow decided that she was dropping out, leaving the field of 3 down to 2. My question, were you surprised by her decision?
Look, I think Mallory McMurrow ran a very dedicated, engaged, and spirited race, and I respect her decision. And her supporters are welcome into my campaign. I really believe that together we can beat Mike Rogers, tell a story for Michigan, and push back on some of these abuses of power that we...
Anybody here? I'll let her finish.
Coming out of Washington right now.
Okay, there you go. Anybody knows any differences between the way that Abdul and Haley responded? It's not just their locations, in my opinion, right? Like, where is this? Like Abdul's over here. He's saying, look, you know, Mallory McMurrow, we agreed on a number of things. And we are going to her voters specifically and telling them, look, we agreed on a bunch of stuff and we're better than Haley. So get on team Abdul. Meanwhile, Haley's like, look, I mean, we invite them to get involved. Like, it's night and day. She's over here Skyping in, zooming in, whatever the fuck. Abdul's in studio and apparently reaching out directly to voters, trying to pull them over to his side in the primary. Who is running the better campaign, in your opinion? In my opinion, that's a hands down. One person is doing a better job. Thank God Pete Buttigieg is part of the conversation. Why would Pete be a part of this conversation? Is Pete from Michigan? Why do I think Pete is from the South? Okay, one more clip on the elections coming up. Now in Kansas, Kansas's 4th district, which includes Kansas City. Right? Kansas 4th? No. Kansas? No. Missouri. Missouri is 4th, right? Which includes 3rd? 4th. Yeah, Missouri is 4th, which I think includes Kansas City somehow. I don't know, the Midwest confused me. All your cities are too close to state lines, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, one guy that some of you probably are already familiar with. We've watched a couple of clips. Let's see who went into the majority report earlier this week. Was it last week or this week?
We are back, and we are joined now by Hartzell Gray, Democratic Socialist, running for Congress in Missouri's 4th District. Hartzell, welcome to the show.
Oh my gosh, Emma, Brian, Matt, thank you so much for having me. And Left is so best. It is so best.
Yes, left is best. Let's go. Love to hear it. Let's kick off our interview with one of your campaign videos. Is this the one when you launched October 8th, 2025? So yeah, here it is, your launch ad, and then you can just give us a little bit of an update on how the campaign.
Speaking of campaign videos cost money to produce, and so does this stream, unfortunately. And without your support, the stream might have to end suddenly. I'm going to add another hour to the countdown clock right now, because we just crossed over the line. But we still have time to complete the galactic content goal before this stream gets abruptly halted. So many great ways for you to do just that. Twitch bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. Donos. If you want your money to go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Amazon, that's a good spot there. I'll even open up Throne Donos right now. Just get crazy with it, since we're struggling so hard tonight. But of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your dollars, Patreon. God. We haven't even done a break yet. It's a disaster.
It's going.
Awesome. Kansas City, like all of Missouri, has had a history of fighting back. We took on segregation. We built churches and union halls. We created movements that changed the country. And that legacy lives on. As an organizer, an activist, and a journalist, I've stood side by side with working families, tenants who are facing eviction and displacement. But let's tell the truth. For generations, working families, whites, black, urban, and rural alike, we have been left behind. You see, they called it revitalization. But what we got were red lines through our neighborhoods, homes and family farms sold off, schools and rural hospitals shuttered. And see, these weren't accidents. These are policy decisions. Today, the story is the same. Corporate landlords jack up the prices of rents. Insurance companies raise premiums while rural hospitals close down. Big corporations pollute our air and our water while family farmers struggle to compete. And our politicians, they cash the checks from the same interests who bleed our people dry. But injustice didn't start yesterday, and neither did our courage. From Kansas City to Clay County, Missourians have always fought back, and we're gonna do it again.
I'm Hartzell Gray, and I'm running for Congress in Missouri's 4th Congressional District because our families deserve better. We deserve it all.
Homes that we truly can afford, healthcare that is universal, that you can count on, an end of foreign wars and genocide everywhere, clean air, clean water, and an economy that is for everyone, that puts people before profits. This campaign isn't about left or right, red or blue. It's about us, and that's why I know that we will win.
Amazing stuff. Update now, you know, it's been how many months since you launched? How is that message resonating with the people of Missouri's 4th District?
It's resonating very well. Listen, when you lead with listening labels and you tell our folks that they deserve it all, they deserve to be free and fed, and it is a message that resonates because we deserve those things. And so that
oh my God, we deserve things. It's true. Now, we've talked about Hartzell Gray a bunch of times now. At least twice, 3 times, maybe. It's a great candidate. I believe backed by Kansas City DSA, Ro Khanna, and the Honorable Nina Turner. Citizens Against APAC Corruption. Progressive Victory. Sunrise KC. And Young Progressives of America. He also, I need to do this because I almost forgot to fucking do this earlier. But if we're going to go really quickly back to talking about immigration policy, Hartzell's got great immigration policy. He wants a humane immigration system, abolish ICE, uphold asylum rights, end the private detention system, expand birthright citizenship. and create a real path to citizenship. Speaking of which, it's the opposite of the president. I don't know if anybody saw this on the fucking thumbnail of this. But if you missed it, if you look at the background of the left-hand side portion, you know, I do them in portions, 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, if you look at the immigration one, the backside, like I cut out the background and put in a tweet from the Trump administration, the White House official account. I don't know if it's still up. Gotta look for it now. Whoopsies. God damn it. The White House posted this incredibly racist meme to their account. Still hasn't been deleted from 6 hours ago. This is pure fascist. Patriot guidelines. Now disregard the top and bottom one and just look at the middle one. Patriot guidelines. The left-hand column, green. American flag, sports, women's sports with just, I assume what's the word they like to this, how do they call it? I know they don't use the right terminology. I'm trying to think of what it is. Oh yeah, whatever it is. But look at the middle one. Okay, the top and bottom are unimportant. This is fucking disturbing. This is sick. Okay. This MAGA hat, white blonde man with MAGA hat, check mark. Brown-haired, I assume Mexican woman, but I'm being a little racist. She could be just a woman wearing a hat, but they're the ones who posted it. I don't know what I'm supposed to take from this aside from that. But that makes you not a patriot. Wearing this is completely different things. The MAGA hat is a political movement. This is a cultural identity, essentially. What he is saying is makes you unpatriotic. You know, if you have, I mean, this is so fucking deranged. And this is while ICE is murdering people in the fucking streets. This was 6 hours ago. I can't imagine something much more racist than that. And really, honestly, I can't think of anything more racist than that. Like, that is genuinely just, that is fucking wrong. And they're not even fucking ashamed of it. And they tried to, like, what they're trying to do is, like, look, we celebrate the right kind of brown people. Women in women's sports. A woman holding a brown woman holding an American flag. But if you wear a sombrero, you're the wrong kind of brown person. Not a patriot. If you celebrate your culture, your cultural identity, rather than assimilating to the one that Trump and his cronies are trying to force onto all of us, then you're the problem. You're not a patriot. You're America last. That is what is being said there. The fact that the federal government felt okay posting that. This is why people are fucking scared right now. People are running into traffic and getting taken out by semi-trucks. Exactly. It's just pure fascist propaganda. That is exactly all that is. Now, if we get the right people in office, we can fight back against some of this, in theory, as well as perhaps make some things better. Things like buses. Who could it be making buses better and or faster?
Zohran Mamdani.
By 2030, B41 bus riders will see these bus boarding islands along the length of Flatbush Avenue, the first of 5 rapid bus transit routes where buses are physically separated from cars and just one part of the bus action plan. It aims to improve speeds by 20%, improve the overall customer experience, increase bus lane enforcement, and expand access to transit.
In New York City, time is money. And we are going to give New Yorkers some of that time back. 6 minutes, to be precise.
There will be 50 bus priority corridors, more signals that allow buses to jump ahead of other traffic, and more automated camera and human enforcement to keep bus lanes clear. By 2035, the MTA already planned to order 2,500 new buses.
We're not going to get off the bus. You're going to want to go the next stop. It's going to be so great.
Officials say yes, there have been other plans, but this one is different.
Accountability. We're putting out a report today that has specific goals and specific commitments.
Oh shit, how did I get muted? What the fuck? I did not. How long was I muted for? That's terrible. Thank you. I'm starving. I need a break. I need food. I keep waking up and having like horrifying tragedies. Like and then I forget to eat before the stream starts. It's a disaster. Anyways, there you go, Zohran Mamdani over here. One of the people who got elected. We and other leftists supported that is getting stuff done in his office. Overhauling buses, even getting Kathy Hochul, the governor, on board. With the expenditures needed for these plans. Now they will take a number of years for them all to take effect, but the plan's been approved and going forward on all of that, including the new buses, which have already been purchased. Now, one thing that's not making things more affordable is, of course, the existence of data centers for AI, all of these unnecessary data centers that have been getting built to power the AI arms race between these oligarchs. However, Kathy Hochul's on a fucking roll over here. Not my favorite person, I think, as many people know, but approving the buses and enacting a statewide moratorium on data centers. Here's CBS New York.
Today, New York State will enact the country's first statewide moratorium on data centers. Governor Hochul will sign an executive order that temporarily bars the state from approving permits for so-called hyperscale data centers. Those centers.
Now, it's only for a year. I think it should have been at least 2, but it's something. I'll give it to her. Can always extend it another year. Take a little snack break. Thing is we're at 4.5 hours in, and we're on our galactic. We're in super secret probationary galactic countdown goal timer mode right now. We've only raised like 300 biddies, like $3, 4.5 hours. Sort of crisis mode right now. Take a break now. The second time we already had one timer go off and unsuccessful. Now, the exact opposite happening down in Louisiana. Governments working with old Zuckerbucks.
Zuckerbucks.
Meta doubling the size of its planned Richard Parish data center.
Come on! Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
WWL-TV, 17 hours ago.
Money Moments on 4.
6:24 your time on this Tuesday, and in your morning's Money Moment, Meta's Richland Parish data center plans have doubled in size. Construction of that center started last year. The parent company of Facebook is now planning to spend about $50 billion on that.
Oh! People are going hungry, and they're spending $50 billion on this monstrosity.
Project. That's up from $10 billion just last year. Meta representatives say it will create about 7,500 construction jobs and will create about 1,000 permanent positions.
That's what they claim, 1,000 permanent positions. These never wind up panning out the way that they make it sound.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 200 bits. Don't be glum, chum.
Aw. Thank you, Omega. For the 200 sweet biddies. But we know that these jobs never pan out. There's always initial construction jobs. That much I can admit is real. And then it's built, and it destroys the local ecosystem. It sucks up all the water and power, jacks up your bills for everybody who's nearby and on the grid that they're using. And then, of course, they're going to use those to try and take your jobs. It's sort of just all the worst possible things bundled up into one thing. It's not going to pay taxes. They're going to get tax breaks. You know, Louisiana Republicans are going to give them tax breaks. They're going to contribute to schools. They're going to suck off the local resources. That didn't sound right.
Phrasing?
Settle down.
U.S. inflation slowed more than expected in June, but the moderation in consumer prices could be short-lived. The Consumer Price Index from the Labor Department, released on Tuesday, increased by 3.5%.
So it's not really a moderation. When they talk about moderation, they're always talking about it from the previous number. Like, the way they talk about this shit is so convoluted. Prices went up 3.5% across the broad basket of goods. I think this is the preferred index of the Federal Reserve. Everything's getting more expensive. And 3.5% might sound, sound like a lot. But we just keep having these numbers over and over and over again. They add up, believe me. Take $100, multiply it by 1.035. And then tell me what happens after, like 20 or 30 presses. Tell me what happens. It's like double, right?
Immediately, if not sooner.
annually, a sharp pullback from May's figure and less than economists had expected. But the number largely reflects a retreat in energy prices, which fell more than 5.5% in June for their largest monthly decline in over 6 years. That was due largely to last month's fragile ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran. Fast forward to July, and oil prices have rebounded, hitting a 4-week high on Tuesday amid renewed conflict in the Middle East. Excluding volatile energy and food components, the CPI increased 2.6% annually in June.
Why you would, honestly, the only reason that they have a secondary measure is for political reasons, so that they can point to it when it's better than the other one. It's always better than the other one, because if you take out some of the most expensive things, it's almost like, they're very annoying to me. But like, we have an alternate number where if you take out some of the things that cost people a shitload of money, it actually looks better. Oh, thanks.
Aren't I a good guy?
Thanks, that's helpful. Here's a troubling trend. Americans are apparently not only draining their savings, but now piling up credit card debt just to pay for their groceries. Something that's been sort of getting worse and worse over the last, I don't know, year or so.
Millions of Americans are draining their savings just to keep food on the table. That's according to new research by the Urban Institute. The nonpartisan think tank reports more than a quarter of working-age Americans relying on credit cards to buy groceries have been able to pay off their balance or miss their minimum payment. They also say about 1 in 10 adults using buy now, pay later loans to buy food missed payments last year. This highlights the growing cost of living crisis, putting financial strain on American families. Over the past 5 years, grocery prices have jumped about 32%.
This is unsustainable.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
This is unsustainable. Have your earnings gone up 32% in that time? What did she say, 5 years? Have your earnings gone up 32% since 2021? Maybe. Good job, if that, in fact, that's the case. But wow. Actually, it's getting close to 2022. Jesus Christ. Of course they haven't. Almost none. Nobody has. Unless you're doing really good. Because yeah, honestly, if you're doing really, really good, like if you're a billionaire, in 5 years you've probably seen at least a 50%, 100% increase in your net worth. Maybe not your earnings. What is earnings? Like, these people aren't on W-2s. They're living on dividends from stocks. And of course they're living off of you, right? Because their stock prices keep going up because they keep draining money from you. And in fact, to some degree, like the slowing in the rate of inflation just shows that, and like in combination, before we move on to this next video, to an investigation of some of the practices that are leading to this, like the business practices that have been conducted by different organizations and whatever else, including also, of course, the federal government and the war in Iran, that's not helping. But like these things, like allowing for, I don't know, like payday loans to become like digitized with all this like Klarna stuff, allowing, just like dismantling the CFTC, doing the war in Iran, of course. Like, these are all just like coming together to just like ruin everybody's fucking time right now, right? The slowing of inflation is a sign that businesses can't are struggling to raise prices as fast as they were previously, because that's what they want. They just want to keep raising prices as much as they can. They're trying to. We've been seeing all sorts of crazy shit they've been up to. People are being alleged to have to be fixing prices, doing all these other sorts of unfair business practices. None of that's being litigated by this administration. They're fine with it, but like, people are hurting, right? Like, the people are hurting, and they are struggling to pay for groceries to the point that they're racking up credit card debt. Which means they were, like I've said before, it's like a snake eating itself. You know, like, we are more and more trying to split a smaller part of the pie, the vast majority of us, so that big businesses can take more and have larger profits. So we can have a bigger billionaire class.
It was a conspiracy hiding in plain sight. That's me, shopping for this burning Godzilla figure from the classic flick Godzilla vs. Destroyer, for my 3-year-old kid, obviously. I saw that Amazon had it for $26.98. Then I checked Walmart just to make sure I was getting the best deal. $26.98, the same oddly specific price. Huh. A few weeks later, the same toy suddenly cost $27.99 at Amazon, $27.99 at Walmart, and $27.99 at GameStop. Matching low prices, moving in tandem. Something was off. You wouldn't see this kind of thing in brick and mortar retail stores. They always try to outdo one another. So I decided to keep shopping, as research. Soon I was finding strange, correlating prices everywhere. This pack of toilet paper, $8.44 at Amazon, Walmart, and a few other stores. A few weeks later, it's $8.96 in all locations. The sock and gold for kiddos, $24.97 across the board. Weird numbers, probably no accident. And it turns out it wasn't. So I did some digging and found myself staring down what appears to be an intricate scheme to rig the economy, raid your wallet, and squeeze small businesses. And who's behind it? Amazon.
Shock of jocks. Where's my Jeffy Bezos laugh? God damn it. Have that exact clip. Okay. Anyways, you'll be shocked to hear this. Amazon fixing prices. Forcing businesses to raise prices on consumers so that they can take a bigger and bigger cut of their business. You may not know this, Amazon takes 50% of the sales on their website, which sounds ludicrous. I don't know how they can get away with that.
First, it's what we call third-party coercion.
What Amazon does is it reviews and scans and surveys all the other platforms besides Amazon, like Walmart's platform, Target's online platform.
That's Rob Bonta, Attorney General of California, who has spent years investigating Amazon. And please note, the following are my words, not his. Think Amazon's pricing algorithms as Skynet, the all-seeing AI in the Terminator movies. When it sees competition, it takes action to, well, terminate it.
They flag it when the price for a product on Amazon is lower on another platform, like Target or Walmart. And then they encourage the wholesaler to raise the price to match Amazon's price so that there is not a lower price out in the market that's lower than Amazon's.
Okay, so that raises a few questions. Primarily, what does encourage mean? Here's where the aforementioned smoking gun comes in the form of emails discovered during Bonta's investigation.
Amazon saw that Levi's khakis were being provided on Walmart's online platform at a lower price than on Amazon. Amazon was selling it at $29.99, and on Walmart it was a little over $25 to $26.99. Amazon flagged that for Levi's and said, we need.
This is completely anti-competitive practices. Rather than compete, rather than lower its margin, Amazon uses its massive share of the market, which is 70% of all sales, All retail sales, like in the country. They use that massive monopoly power to force prices up on other business, like other websites. Force them to sell it for higher. It's insane. Like you might as well be called. Like, they don't have a gun to anybody's head, but they are coercing them, in my opinion. And it's fucked. Seems illegal.
Illegal.
You know, and Rob Bonta, Attorney General of California, seems to think it's problematic behavior.
Burma, meanwhile, is the lead counsel on a class action lawsuit against Amazon for this stuff. It could be the largest class action lawsuit in American history, worth tens of billions of dollars. Amazon has been fighting the lawsuit tooth and nail, but especially for independent businesses, it does feel like the fix is in.
These are just small vendors, mom and pops, somebody with an idea, somebody with a product, somebody with a dream of starting a business who need a place to meet consumers. They can't reach the market unless they're on Amazon.
Is there a free market? It's a lot of like these large, powerful corporations making bad decisions for the entire marketplace, arguing that it's a free market. But in reality, the sellers and the small businesses that sell on those corporations, through those corporations, don't have the ability to set their own prices. So in that way, it's not really a free market.
Opinions vary on what...
Exactly. Exactly, not really a free market. It's disgusting. Like I said, though, there is a lawsuit they're working on filing. You can supposedly get your name on that thing. Get involved in it in some way. I feel like most of us have used it at one time or another. Whether we like it or not. God. Yeah. Since we haven't completed the galactic content goal yet, I might have to skip a couple of things. So I want to get in what I at least have on the thumbnail today. Before that timer goes up. That timer could go up at any second. I've made a tiny bit of progress, but still lagging. All right, let's see. God, it's been a fucked up week already. Maybe I'll save these two for tomorrow.
So hot right now.
I know I had a couple of positive stories for us, but I'm gonna skip them because we got other things to talk about. Starting to think I might have to end the stream early tonight. Some reason we have really strongly failed. Perhaps stronger than ever before. Or failing. I guess we haven't yet officially failed. I guess we still got like 20, 30 minutes, 25 minutes left. What time did I actually put the new hour on the clock? 4:15, I think. All right, let's talk about the environment. Things are not good over there. You don't want to see Skynet? I don't think any of us want to see Skynet. Puppy treat. Get in there. Get in there. I don't want to pick this back up. Yeah, we'll do the environment here. Things have been pretty crazy across the planet. We don't take care of it. Continue to use carbon emitting fuel sources for most of our electricity production and transportation, especially in this country. The biggest net emitter per person on the planet. America. In Northern America, more Northern America, Canada. Another country with its own pollution problems. We've both been seeing an uptick in dead whales. Seen up and down the west coast. I think as low as Oregon. Just dead whales everywhere. And people are asking, what is killing these whales? There's a number of different factors, I think, at play. Here's CBC News from yesterday. Talk about all that.
I never thought I'd be this close to a gray whale, but two of them swam up to our boat and hung around for about 45 minutes. They looked healthy, a relief, since I was in Tofino to find out why so many gray whales are starving to death.
4 whales found dead in just 10 days off the west coast of Vancouver Island.
145 dead whales have been documented from Mexico to Canada.
At that rate, 2026 could be the deadliest year on record.
There are rules in place to keep boaters a safe distance from the whales. I was with biologist Jim Darling, and we were able to be so close because the whales approached us. We were drifting with the motor off. Look how close we are. This group of eastern North Pacific gray whales migrate every spring from Mexico to Alaska in order to feed. A decade ago, they numbered about 26,000. Scientists estimate that the population is now roughly half that.
I think the general hypothesis is that these animals are not getting enough food currently in their main feeding grounds, which is the Bering and Chukchi Seas.
And scientists think it's at least partly due to climate change. Melting ice and warming waters disrupt the ecosystem and the tiny sea creatures that the whales eat. 3 leading biologists from Canada, the United States, and Mexico wrote an open letter last summer urging more protection for the whales.
Wait, what the? Okay, I'm freaking out. I'm looking at my fucking. They've changed the reason for my violation? Did I even get an email about what the fuck is this? Unsatisfying content? What? Unsatisfying or off-putting content. Emotionally manipulative, disturbing, nonsensical, shocking, or otherwise similarly unsatisfying to viewers without delivering significant creative, educational, or other value? What in the hell does that mean? I haven't... I've gotten no warning about that. But they've changed my violation. They've changed my violation without warning from inauthentic. Is it inauthentic? This is wild. You gotta be shitting me. How can they even just change that without telling me? And without letting me fucking... What the fuck? That's wild. There's no way. It's very frustrating. I'm gonna have to go through my emails and figure out what the fuck this is about. Unbelievable. My entire job is watching clips that exist on the internet and on YouTube specifically. None of these channels that I watch are being treated in the same way that I am. I don't understand. I know none of these people, CNN, France 24, MS Now, Associated Press, local channels, CBS, ABC, Reuters, New York Post, Mercado Media, Forbes Breaking. Why am I getting this shit? I don't understand. What did I do? Oh, this is really discouraging. I'm supposed to be able to, in 4 days, I have been going through my channel. This has completely changed everything. I have been working for months now, trying to get all of the copyrighted material off of my channel, because that was the thing that they claimed that was the problem. And now they've completely changed the reason for the demonetization. I've been holding on to this for 3 months, assuming that this has been what I needed to be working on, and now that. Yeah, and we're already struggling enough this month. This is not what I needed. You know, already on the struggle bus over here. So like, what is that? 750, something like that, shy of the galactic deficit. Can't even complete a galactic content goal. And now, like, in a number of days, I don't even know what I'm gonna be fucking disputing. I was doing everything I could to get myself ready and in compliance, and they didn't even give me the heads up. I am going through all of YouTube's communication right now. I can't find anything. No notification on my YouTube studio, no email. Plenty of YouTube creators telling me my monthly numbers and telling me when I violated copyright, infringed copyright, whatever else. Not what I needed. Unsatisfying or off-putting? Unsatisfying or off-putting content? Unsatisfying or off-putting? What in the fuck is that? Delivering no significant creative, educational, or other value. Lacking creativity, educational, or other value. I don't know what to do. How am I supposed to follow a policy that's changing underneath my feet?
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 1000 bits. Fuck YouTube.
Thanks. Thanks, Omega. That helps. That helps me feel a little bit better. Still fucking hungry. Sorry for just... stop going through these emails. I just happened to check that because, like, I know the day is coming up. It's like the 19th or something that I'm supposed to be able to... It's just completely fucked. But seriously, how is anybody supposed to comply? Like, here's the question. It's like I was accused of murder. I was sentenced to a 3-month or whatever. Like, all right, that's not good. But like, I committed some sort of crime, a YouTube crime. I was sentenced to a 3-month sentence, and then halfway through, they decided I committed a different crime. And in order to get out of my jail sentence, I have to prove that I didn't commit that crime now. Do you see the problem? This is insane.
This is ridiculous!
Almost as ridiculous as this scene here on an Arizona ranch scene
So hot right now.
earlier this month. We can't give in. I'm trying not to, but that one's taking my spirit away a little bit.
Also,
that was taking my spirit away a little bit. My lack of YouTube ad revenue and all the other donations that we were taking in through YouTube has utterly, like, decimated me. Like financially. Right? Like, I was making progress in my life, and now I'm struggling to pay all my bills.
5 Tar gifted a tier 1 subscription to Lucerosi 20.
Thank you, Megastar. Thank you for the tier 1 sub gift to Lewis. But here's the math. YouTube was something like more than half of my revenue. I probably earned maybe $5 a stream. Maybe on a good stream, $8, $9, something like that. Maybe if you got some clicks after the fact, $10 or something. I don't know. Not too much. That's just on the average, right? Somewhere between there, 20 streams a week, right? 5 streams a week. 5 streams a week, 20 a month. That adds up. Somewhere between $100 and $200 missing from just that alone. Right, from the ad time that I was taking in. No longer getting that. And then, of course, all the super chats and super stickers and things people, and the memberships that people used to have, and all that other stuff. That's not happening. And it's not, and like Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal are not catching up. And or Patreon. Right? And just having this happen right now is just making me question everything. I got like 2 weeks until I have to fucking pay my bills. Oh, that's disturbing. Granted, still have time. But it is disturbing. Alright, I don't know how I'm supposed to think about anything else now. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? How am I supposed to even... half of what's on YouTube could be proven to be emotionally manipulative, disturbing, nonsensical, or shocking. This is the most... This ruling is nonsensical. Nonsensical? If it's nonsensical, that's not monetizable? How much... We need to compile a list of all the things that... We just need to start flagging everything as emotionally manipulative, disturbing, nonsensical, shocking, or otherwise unsatisfying. Anything that we deem to be that. Send YouTube tweets of all the videos that are emotionally manipulative in our opinions, unsatisfying to us in our opinions. These are opinions, right? These are all opinions. Oh, disturbing? Yeah. Half of YouTube is disturbing to me. That's a subjective fucking experience. Hype train. Hype train on YouTube. I'm sorry, on Twitch. Sorry, all I can think about is YouTube right now. It's pissing me off. I'm unsatisfied by most videos on YouTube. I am satisfied. Yeah, people need to send tweets at YouTube saying you're satisfied with this channel. And put the link for the channel in the tweet. Fuck those guys. Oh, it's pissing me off. Unsatisfied. Wow. Oh. How are you supposed to even fucking argue against that? Not satisfying says who? Says who? Looks like Asmongold's still monetized on YouTube. Yeah? Wow. Well, I'm not satisfied by him. I think he's a manipulative piece of shit. Very unsatisfying content. Off-putting, most of it. You know, guy who has fucking 30 rats festering and cockroaches crawling all over his face. You know? I find him to be emotionally manipulative and filled with nonsense. In fact, he fits almost every single one of these fucking categories. These are all subjective. I could easily make the case for so many people on this. This is honestly, this is easier. This is easier. No, it's got nothing to do with reused content. Perfect. Perfect. Because this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Or might actually, this seems really easy to fucking argue, now that I think about it. This is completely subjective. All you gotta do is just argue that their biggest content creators aren't satisfying. What happened? YouTube just switched the reasoning 3 months in without any notice. I just happened upon this while looking at my YouTube Studio app. The reasoning for my demonetization. From inauthentic to supposedly unsatisfying or off-putting. Yep, apparently not being not satisfying enough. That long list of things I just said are all on the list. Get you demonetized on YouTube, apparently. I can barely move on. You don't watch for 8 hours because you're unsatisfied? Yeah, I assume not. And this is real. This is just real fucked up. All right, let's talk about this heat wave in Europe. Wildfires burning. I had other things I want to talk about. I'm just too stressed out.
More than 2,700 people may have died from heat-related causes in the UK during the extremely hot weather in May and June. Researchers say the majority of deaths came during the second heat wave in June, when a high of 37.7 degrees Celsius was recorded in Norfolk. They also say human-caused climate change was a major contributor to excess deaths. Our medical editor Fergus Walsh reports.
I've got some lovely refreshments for you.
Staying cool in the heat, this care home in Surrey is doing what it can to keep its residents safe in the latest prolonged heat wave.
Yeah. And then, Yvonne, I've got one for you, sweet pea.
Heat waves are to be expected in summer, but they're getting more frequent and breaking records.
I can't remember when it's been as hot as this. It is very, very hot this year, isn't it? More so than usual, I thought, anyway.
It's much warmer than it ever was. Even warmer than 1976, I would guess.
But I think that's all. They're very good with ice creams and ice lollies and things like that, which are, you know, very refreshing.
Extreme heat coupled with dehydration can be deadly. The elderly, babies and those with heart and lung conditions are the most vulnerable. New research has modelled the likely health effects of the most recent heat waves. In the first, a new UK high temperature for May of 35.1 Celsius was set at Kew Gardens in London, while in the second, temperature records also tumbled.
Wow. Yeah, experts have been putting the numbers together. And the numbers are bad. Perhaps thousands dead in the UK as a result of these heat conditions, as well as in other Western European countries like Spain and France. Supposedly as many as 10,000.
French firefighters are still battling two fires south of Paris. Almost 1,500 hectares of the Fontainebleau forest have been burned after the fire began on Sunday. 2 people have been arrested on suspicion of arson. Meanwhile, parts of the UK face an exceptional risk for wildfires over the next few days as the latest heatwave continues. Natural England made the warning for large parts of southern England and parts of the South Midlands. Vincent McAviney reports.
In the Peak District, a fire which started 3 weeks ago has rekindled, sparking a major incident on Tintwistle Moor near Glossop. Fire crews say conditions are challenging and they may have to be there for some time. They've been using helicopters to try to douse the flames. The smoke has billowed 15 miles towards central Manchester. Smoke is also drifting towards the city from the moors above Dovestone Reservoir. Water is being moved to dampen the ground. Police say they've arrested a 20-year-old woman on suspicion of arson.
Very often when our firefighters are up on moors like this, we find all sorts on the moors, including disposable barbecues left behind. This is not the time of the year, not the terrain, and not the conditions to be having any kind of small fire.
Yeah. United Kingdom dried the fuck out. Now under extreme risk of fire. Everybody on lockdown in terms of any kinds of activity that might lead to fires. Still, fires breaking out there.
I've said it on many occasions. The climate emergency kills. We're seeing it all over Europe. We're seeing it in Spain too. All of us must rise to the challenge that lies ahead.
This is not the time of the year, not the terrain, and not the conditions to be having any kind of small fire or indeed fireworks.
I reacted to what I saw. My intuition saying we had to leave the village saved our lives.
This is home for us. This is our forest. We had never seen this. This is a climate event we will never forget.
The danger isn't over yet. Several days of hot, dry weather lie ahead, which increases the risk here and several other parts of the UK.
The 2026 summer has got off to a scorching start with temperature records being broken right across Europe. Extreme heat and dry weather has already resulted in multiple wildfires across the continent, and authorities are bracing for more over the next few months. Well, you can see on this map the areas across France, Spain and the UK that have experienced major wildfires over the last few days. And with the heat wave set to continue, these areas in the south of England are facing an exceptional risk for wildfires over the coming days. Well, UK fire chiefs are warning that firefighters are facing extreme pressure at the moment. In North Wales, almost 1 million square metres of land has been consumed by a fire at Conwy Mountains. Smoke from the fire was even visible from space. In Greater Manchester, this fire has burned above Dovestone Reservoir for 3 days now. More than 60 firefighters are trying to get it under control, using drones and a helicopter to drop water. So, how does a wildfire actually start? Well, to answer that, here's Ben Levy from Greater Manchester Fire and Rescue Service.
These fires can be caused by many natural means, but also we've heard the risks of using disposable barbecues out on these moors, or lighting small fires, or carelessly discarded cigarettes.
Well, another question lots of people online have been asking, how fast do these fires spread?
And the phrase spreads like wildfire is there for a reason. These fires are very, very fast moving and they're very unpredictable. And given the wind conditions and the slope and the way the sun changes and warms up different parts of the hillside, that's where the skill of our firefighters and our specialist officers will come in, predicting where the fires may go, where they might pop up, and getting ahead of that in time to put them out.
Yep, people across Europe battling heat waves and fires. For more on the human toll of all of this, this is really frustrating. I'm not talking about Why? This is wild. All of this stuff is fucking, of course, it's disturbing and shocking. Fucking Red Bull videos are shocking to some degree.
While much of Western Europe continues to swelter in dangerous heat, the World Meteorological Organization, try saying that 3 times, says that it was the hottest June ever on record. The deadly heat wave led to more than 10,000 excess deaths, with 9,000 of those in the 65 and older community. That is according to the European Mortality Monitoring Network.
Yeah, the extreme heat continuing well into July, where many cities are sweltering. The harsh conditions accelerating fire danger, leaving France and Spain to both battle wildfires. For more on these dangerous conditions, let's bring in our chief climate correspondent, Bill Weir. So, Bill, just this idea that Europe has had 10,000 more people die as a result of these heat waves. I mean, it's really striking, and I think that a lot of people are concerned that this could be what is coming down the pike. This could be the new normal if these temperatures continue on this trajectory. Just walk us through your assessment.
Sure. Much has been made, Zane, of the fact that there's such a dearth, a lack of air conditioning infrastructure in Europe and France. Of these countries that reported, 27 countries, France and Belgium were the extreme fatalities. They didn't break them down. There are about 2,700 deaths from a separate study just in England and Wales alone. From the heat. But these are reminders that Europe didn't need air conditioning for most of the 20th and 21st centuries up until now. And now we're seeing the results of what exactly science has been warning about. Climate scientists for generations now. Every gigaton of fossil fuel that's burned cranks up the global thermostat a little bit. And what this shows us is this combination of an omega block as the jet stream breaks down, that belt of wind at the top of the earth. And so you get these big, sort of like the Greek alphabet letter omega that just sits like a pot lid holding the heat in for weeks sometimes.
Ay, ay, ay. Well, I guess I'm gonna do 2 other stories and then just wrap this up because I'm too tired and upset. And of course, we did go over 2 different galactic timers. We made a bunch of progress on them. So I feel bad about ending this right now, but I just don't. I just don't have it in me to go on. we have on the thumbnail. All right. Maybe this will pick up my spirits. Me do me. Trying to think about what I have to do right now. Whether or not I'm like trying to calculate right now how fucked I am. I honestly thought for the rest of the month I could maybe earn money on YouTube and have that help out in the near future. Of course, I wouldn't have seen any of that money until like the end of next month, but still, that would have been something. I've been thinking all month that in a few days I'd be able to hopefully get it back. Now I have no idea what the fuck's gonna happen. Honestly, I can't do this. I can't even do this. Alright, we're just going to watch a little bit of this clip from ABC News Australia.
Well, when Reform UK leader Nigel Farage triggered a by-election for his own parliamentary seat, all the main political parties declined to take part, calling it a stunt. But one man who's no stranger to political stunts has taken full advantage. Comedian Jonathan Harvey is running against Farage as Count Binface, a self-described intergalactic space warrior whose policies include building at least one affordable house and capping the price of croissants. Here to tell us more is Dr. Andy Mycock. He's a political scientist and Chief Policy Fellow at the University of Leeds. Dr. Mycock, thanks very much for your time this evening. Count Binface has popped up at UK elections for a number of years now. What do we know about him?
Well, Count Binface, well, he was originally Lord Buckethead until he came into some copyright issues, has been competing particularly with high-profile by-elections for about a decade now. And in many ways, what he's trying to do is, you know, connect with that long tradition of satirizing British politics, which...
Oh, Binface can't even bring me any joy right now. YouTube's stolen my happiness. Any existing happiness that was in here. Oh my god. Why would they do this? That's what the other thing. I don't understand why they would choose to like change the reason for why I'm demonetized all of a sudden. Like, what the fuck is that? How am I supposed to react to that exactly? Like, what in the actual fuck am I supposed to be doing about that? The old reason was something called being inauthentic or mass-produced content, which involved supposedly like a number of different factors, like copyrighted content, like the use of others' copyrighted content, with little like commentary. Or there was like a number of different things under like too many slideshows, or I can't remember all of the different. There was like a number of different things that you could do to be inauthentic, but now they've changed it. Sorry, but Binface is struggling to bring me any happiness right now. And you know how much I love Binface.
Nigel Farage, who is the son of a stockbroker, educated at a prestigious public school, made a killing in the city as a commodities trader, gets showered with a £5 million personal gift from a Thai-based billionaire who is the richest British-born person alive, who gets paid vast sums for selling gold bullion, who lives in a 5-storey house right by Buckingham Palace thanks to a convicted fraudster on top of his own property empire, who is personal friends with the President of the United States. Yes, that Nigel Farage claims this is the people versus the establishment. You cannot make this shit up.
Thank you, Owen Jones. That's right, well, that's who Ben Face is facing off against. Alright, I'm gonna skip to Pirates of the Strait. Sorry, Guardians of the Strait. Guardians of the Strait. Because Trump has declared himself Guardian of the Strait. Last 24 hours. Making some bold claims about what should be going on. Who should be getting paid for boats going through the Strait. With Iran managing traffic there, Trump is a little upset that he's not the one getting a cut of this. The internet is dead. We need the internet. I mean, to some degree, the internet is so necessary, and I feel like people like me shouldn't be having to deal with this kind of stuff. Just yeah, you know, enjoy the same rights as everybody else, same privileges, whatever you want to call them. Like, you look around YouTube, what differently am I doing than other people? Aside from just having created an animated world. And I'm not even the only one who's doing that. Bunker Cat is fully animated as well. I'm trying to think of other people like that. But it just, this whole thing is fucking insane.
The US says it has completed another wave of strikes on Iranian military targets, marking a third consecutive night of attacks. State media say explosions were heard in Bushehr, Bandar Abbas, Qeshm Island, and several other areas. US Central Command says the strikes targeted Iran's coastal defence systems, as well as missile and drone sites. President Donald Trump says the campaign is aimed at further weakening Iran's ability to disrupt shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. He has also announced the US will reimpose its blockade in the Strait on Tuesday. Speaking at the White House, Trump said the US is intensifying its military campaign and stepping up measures aimed at isolating Iran.
You know, we have tremendous amounts of ammunition. We have numbers that we haven't had in years. And we're hitting them very hard, and it'll continue, and we'll see what happens. But we're knocking out all of their offensive capability, and we're controlling the straits. We're putting the blockade back. And it's a blockade not for anybody but Iran. In other words, anybody doing business with Iran can't go through. Everyone else will be able to go through. So it's a blockade. It's a very strong blockade. The blockade was probably more effective even than hitting them, but I think the combination is the thing that really does it.
I can barely focus. Does anyone even watch Bunker Cat? I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'm just aware of their existence. And I know that I've seen people in there watching. Sometimes. I don't know if YouTube wants this, but like I'm just starting to feel like maybe I just need to put all my focus into other platforms. Like I feel attacked. Like how many times has this sort of thing happened? In the last 9, 10 months, whatever it's been. It's insane. How am I supposed to work like this? I'm sick of this shit. Honestly, Twitch is easier. I'm constantly worrying about getting bullshit on YouTube. I was making more money on YouTube before, but the fact is like if I didn't have to worry about my YouTube stream, the stream could be a lot more fun. Yeah, I wouldn't be worried about what music I might be listening to in the background, maybe watching a clip slightly too long and then getting hit with a copyright claim. Honestly, Patreon started a whole fucking new platform. I think I'm gonna start. I really need to start fucking working on that. This is making me remember that that's gotta be one of my fucking goals. I am sick of this shit. I have put so much effort into this. Keep talking about the blockade situation really quickly. God. I can't even focus on my job. Like, I had a whole plan for this goddamn stream. It's just been... last 45 minutes, however long it's been, has been completely upended. What time is it? This has all been completely... 20 minutes? It's just me... Ugh. It's really frustrating. I was satisfied with the stream. I mean, I was personally upset about some of the details of all this, but I was satisfied with what I put together today, and now I'm just like pissed off. Oh. We'll see what happens tomorrow. I'm gonna wrap this up.
Iran and the US continue to launch strikes at each other as they wrestle for control over the Strait of Hormuz, with US President Trump now claiming they are the guardians of the vital waterway. Trump said that Iranian ships will no longer be able to travel through the strait, but other countries will have fair and open use. In return, they will charge a fee of 20% on all cargo shipped. Until now, the US said the waterway should remain open without tolls, which international law generally forbids.
Will become the guardian of the Strait. Maybe we'll call it the guardian angel of the Strait. And we should be reimbursed for that. We're going to get paid for guarding it, a lot of money. But we just want to be reimbursed for doing all of this, for putting our people in danger. But we're really not putting people, we're really saving people.
The American...
So Trump wants to be reimbursed for the war that he started. And for the strait that he blockaded. It's incredible. It's the most petty thing I could imagine. You know this is like a mob boss seeing another mob boss being like a turf war and going, wait, you get a cut, but I don't get a cut? Like, this is Trump looking at Iran and going, wait, why does Iran get a cut? We should be getting a cut. We're blockading it too. Why can't we get a cut? We're making it safe. We're making it safe from ourselves. Guardians of the Strait. My streams are great. You hope I don't stop YouTube. Thanks, Matt. I'm struggling with that decision right now. It's discouraging. We lose the entire channel last year, only to get it back 2.5 months later suddenly without any explanation. Then we get demonetized. Whatever it is, like what, 6 months later? No, 5 months later? No, wait. If we got it back, we lost it in, what was it? April? 90 days. 90, yeah. Mid-April. Only to lose it 4 months, less than 4 months later. Lose monetization. Still have the channel. Just to be mocked and not paid for what I'm doing here. And then have that reason change suddenly 4 days before I'm supposed to be able to fucking put an argument for myself. Something I've been working on in the background. Because initially it was this inauthentic content, which included having too many copyright claims on the channel. We had a bunch of them that I've been like thinking about. Music ones, mostly a ton of music ones, and then some from news channels that I've just been letting sit there because they weren't affecting the channel. So I started getting those gone. I've gotten rid of most of them. And all of a sudden it changes. Why? Why did I do what I just did? I was, at the beginning of it, I was thinking about downloading all this content and just re-uploading it to fucking Patreon. And just, you know, completely like redoing the way we do the channel or something. Like the way that we like keep the content on here. Like I was thinking maybe that would help. But now I've taken a bunch of effort in here, removed a bunch of the music, the heart of the streams to some degree. All right, it's not just the heart, but you get what I'm saying. Like that's annoying as shit. What a waste of time. What a waste of so much, honestly. That pisses me off. That is incredible. You don't have Cash App or Venmo? We use PayPal, actually, not Venmo. But don't worry. Don't worry. I'll come up with something here. Just gonna have to get creative, I guess. Sunken cost fallacy? I mean, a lot of effort has gone into this, but I just I don't know if I'm ready to give up on it. If anything, I think I need to come up with a new strategy on how I'm earning on this, since YouTube seems to possibly be, I mean, just not the place for me. I don't know why. I don't know what I did. I literally am struggling to know what I did because they're changing the reasoning on me. I don't know, I might have to find some sort of part-time job. One in which I could maybe continue to do this in some limited capacity. It's really frustrating because we keep getting so close to these things and then having, you know, like these further devolutions. Honestly, at the beginning of this year, after we got remonetized, I was on top of the world. I was really... I couldn't have been more happy for about 3.5 months. I was over the moon that everything had been restored. You know, all had been righted. All wrongs had been righted. Or at least when it came to that, you know, like, came to the direction of all of this project. All right, say Sams. I think that's gonna be it for tonight. I had a full stream prepared for us. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dog, Sarah W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Snarl by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Kelly Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Mono Up, Nadia, Choki, Skelt, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Rican, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslight Docracy, Paige Larson, Frisla, Benny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Winnie and Robin, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect Cell, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S, Hecate, Trevor, Sweet Chewy Forever, Rogue Gerp, and Tracy Eva. That's right, all these people here have helped produce a show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.